Gosh. Okay, here we go. Hello. Hello, hello. Yes, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hello, everybody. Today, I'm going to be talking about some of my favorite creators in the content creator space, and I'm going to analyze them for my own benefit and yours. So I think to start off with, I want to make sure we know what's going on in here, and that is going to be analyzing the methods by which other content creators make SciComm content and sort of breaking down the techniques that they use in the lens of sort of loving this content even more, right? So I'm gonna try to help you see their content through my eyes, because I think that as a science content creator myself, I have a bit of a different perspective than you might, and I'm hoping to sort of increase your appreciation for some of the subtle nuances I think that these creators are bringing out. And so this is going to be a pretty interactive stream where we're going to actually do some of these analyses together. I'm not going to give you my answers all the time because I really think that developing this toolkit of art analysis is really fun, because it will let you analyze me. And I think that's fun. So before we get started, I'd like to say hello to everybody. Hello, Hero. Hello, Jewel. Hello, Henry. Hello, who else we got here? Hello, No Name. Hello, Yago. Hello, Ollie. Hello, King. Hello, Cheesy. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Neno. And hello, Surprise Pants. Welcome, welcome. Who else do we have? Hello, Archie. Hello, Iridophorium. Hello, Jazar. Hello, Shran. Hello, Anna. Hello, Clockwork. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Fear. Hello, User and Sondo. Hello, Pak. Yeah, here we go. All right. The chat is broken again. Why does this always happen? Here we go. There we go. I don't know why. It just needs one good refresh per stream, I think. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get right into it. So before we get into talking about these creators, I want to first say a few things to get in the right mind space for this kind of thing, right? So I want to first acknowledge that this is one of the charity live streams for our 2026 breast cancer 24-hour live stream fundraisers. So this is something that I really wanted to do, and I was hoping we can get funded so that I would have the excuse to sort of do this all for you. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to rant about things that I like, including, you know, the creators that I look up to and whom I take inspiration from. So. But first, before we analyze these content creators, I want to first set up a bit of an analytical framework. Okay, so before I really get into it, I want you to see art through my eyes. You might view art differently, but in order for this stream to work, you have to kind of be on the same page as me. Whether or not you think it's a page worth being on is sort of up to you, but this is the page that I'm on. So before I get into really inspecting the SciComm styles of my favorite creators, I first need to establish this analytical framework, the tools that we're going to use to tease apart what makes this content work. So why are we doing this? It's so that we are all on the same page and are using the same language and perspectives. So I'm going to be analyzing these from an artistic point of view, right? And not from a YouTube success perspective, right? Because what do I know? I'm a pretty small, medium creator, whatever you want to call me. If I knew how to be a successful YouTuber, I would just do that. I wouldn't have to try and learn from other people, right? So I have a background in rhetorical analysis. So, you know, my main education is in biology, but I did a lot of like text analysis stuff in my undergraduate years. So that also informs my pretty academic approach here. So, you know, you might find that the way I view things to be somewhat robotic, but I feel like having these tools really does help me make sure I do a thorough job of understanding what effects these artists actually have. Okay. All right. So, first, I want to start off stream with a little conversation with you all to kind of get on the same page with our perspectives on art. So not necessarily to convince you of my perspectives of art, but rather to sort of have this humming around in the back of your mind in terms of how you think about art and the kinds of things that I think about when I think about art. So first I want to ask chat, you can chime in, you know, you see the questions on screen, you can chime in however you want in terms of contributing to this conversation about art. And I know for me, art, because of what I do, is going to be mostly SciComm as a piece of art. And so, you know, I want to ask chat 3 questions just to kind of whet our appetite with regards to analysis. So the first question is, can art analysis be objective? 2 is style emergent or directed? And so what do I mean by this? I mean emergent, meaning it doesn't, you're not like consciously aware of how you're developing a style, it just sort of comes out of you. Or directed, which means you put work, effort, conscious effort to direct your style to become refined. And if it's both, then what proportion is emergent, what proportion is directed? And then 3, is there art that is objectively good or objectively bad? And if not, is there any metric by which we can properly judge and or evaluate art, right? So these are the kind of questions that I struggle with when I think about how to view art as someone who has a STEM background, right? Because in STEM, we especially experimentalists, we have this epistemological framework that relies on evidence and reproducibility and prediction and stuff like that. And art and humanities kind of lives in a different epistemic world, I think. Yeah. So what do you think about art coming from a scientist, right? I am out of my depth here, although I do like to say that I have the training of a scientist, but I like to think that I have the soul of an artist, right? I like to think so, at least, All right, so what do you think? What do you think? Art can be objective? I'm not talking about art. I'm talking about art analysis. So how do we analyze art? How do we break down art? How do we explain art? And then can art be objectively good or objectively bad? Yeah. There isn't a purely objective way, but one of the more objective ways is, does it achieve its goals of making you feel things or remember facts, etc., etc.? Yeah, that's a really good, interesting point. And I think I will repeat that in my own sentiment down the line. ISO says, ranking from the thumbnail, Octopus Lady, Clockwork, etc., etc. Art is not objective and cannot be measured objectively, but my vibes are highly scientific. Yeah, keep that in mind. I think vibes are going to be an important rhetorical tool to analyze these pieces with. If art is supposed to convey something, and if it does it well, then it's good art. Yeah, so that's sort of referring to what Irito is referring to. It means that there's a kind of effect that an artist wants to achieve, and if they are successful in doing that effect, you could then label that good, although I think people would disagree there. Oh man, love your videos. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming to hang out. This is why documentaries are art for me. I also think that documentaries can be done in an artful way, because it's more than just downloading information into your head, but rather packaging information in a kind of way. I feel like you can keep your analysis purely objective, but you can't really get in depth that way. Yeah, so more of the interesting things that you want to point out often do not have a way to reliably test for, which is something that I'm going to be talking about down the line. Yeah, as much as I dislike some art, there will be someone liking it and vice versa, which basically means no objectivity. And I think that is what I'm trying to get at here. Art is a very human form of expression. And as I've said multiple times, my comments section gives me a whole wide range of human experience. Comments that came from presumably people and not bots just befuddling me, being like, I can't believe you're a real person. So there is a sort of humility into acknowledging that art probably cannot be objectively good or objectively bad, because humans are incredibly variable. Right? There will never be total consensus on what is good and what is bad. You can find contrarians all over the internet. And that's not a bad thing, right? We benefit from our diversity of opinions. That's how we are able to tackle difficult problems. If everybody had the same perspective, tackling difficult problems would be near impossible, because if there's a difficult problem that is difficult for everybody in the same way, then nobody's going to solve that problem, right? So this diversity is kind of a strength, but it also makes analysis somewhat difficult. But I think it can be done, and I'm going to get into how I think it can be done. Okay, so can art analysis be objective? I used to have a lot of trouble with this idea, because as a STEM kid, I'd always think, okay, sure, Abraham Lincoln used polysemy in his writing. So polysemy is a rhetorical tool that basically says you can choose your words very deliberately in order to have one sentence mean different things for multiple different audiences. And so Abraham Lincoln, one of the famous US presidents who united America after the Civil War, used polysemy, this ability to say the same words but have it be interpreted differently depending on if you were from the North or from the South, to great effect, in order to better or more conveniently, maybe some would say, reincorporate the American South after the Civil War. And I would say in my head, while I was in these rhetoric classes, okay, sure, that makes sense. But as a STEM guy, as an experimentalist, I want to see proof. Is there data to show that the use of polysemy is effective in swaying these political opinions? And the problem with that is you cannot go back in time to administer a poll to Civil War America to determine whether or not polysemy was used effectively, right? So there is a bit of a give and take with regards to allowing yourself to be open to the idea that rhetorical analysis and these analyses methods from the humanities don't always have the same level of experimental rigor that an actual experiment will have, right? So with that in mind, do I think that this, and so there are going to be some STEM people who stop here and go, okay, well then it's just not worth doing, right? It's just not worth thinking about. If you can't experimentally prove something, what's the point? Then you're just talking faff. Correlation is not causation. And so a lot of STEM-minded people look at this, studies in the humanities, and automatically think, well, if you cannot experimentally prove something, then it must be bad. But that's not true. Even in the STEM disciplines, this isn't true, right? Because, when you really think about it, for example, there are things like weather that are incredibly difficult to model, right? Because you cannot experiment on a shadow copy of the Earth and tweak the variables. So there are some natural systems that experimentation becomes not a very convenient option. And so the strength of allowing yourself to still trust in this methodological approach is understanding that you can build models, you can test models, you can make predictions without experimental proof, right? And that's kind of a difficult idea for, I think, people coming from a background in STEM to really fully reconcile. But let me put it this way. Even though we can't prove that Abe Lincoln's use of polysemy was the thing that enabled the Americas to, North America to kind of come back together after being shattered in the Civil War, you can kind of test that idea by employing polysemy in your own work, right? If you want to produce an effect where you are speaking to two different audiences, but you don't want to directly speak to both of them, you want to speak to both of them at the same time, and you want them to take different things away from your speech, then you can try to do polysemy. And if they respond well, that is consistent with the model that you built. Now, it's not hardcore proof, but it is consistent with a model that you built, consistent with the predictions that you can make. All of this to say is I'm a great fan of the humanities, and you just have to think of them in a different way than STEM, right? They still have their own version of proof. It's just not the same version of proof that an experiment would garner, right? Muting for now in an audio edit. We'll keep checking in. It's so funny. I feel so allergic to proper rhetorical analysis, even though I literally string words together for a living. There are a lot of STEM people who are who resist that, right? Because it's a little scary, right? It's a little scary. A weather simulation can be easily verified. That's the thing. It can be verified because you are building a model from the data that you understand, but it's not causation in the same way where in molecular biology, you can mutate a gene and you can break the gene. You can observe what that gene used to do after you broke it. And then you can take a totally different system and put that gene in there and see if it retains the same function. In experimental sciences, we have these concepts called sufficiency and necessity. And it's really great to be an experimentalist where you have those handles to test your hypotheses with. But if you are in a field where a lot of the models are theoretical and you can't really do experiments where you can get necessity and sufficiency, you have to kind of settle for building models and testing models, just like, weather, right? A weather simulation can be verified, in my opinion, the same way where a rhetorical model can be verified. Although, people who do weather might disagree, they might get mad, but to me as an experimentalist, these are not that different. You build a model, you test a model, you make a prediction. That's still science. It's just not experimental science, right? Does that kind of make sense? It's just not the same, but it doesn't mean that it's not worth as much, right? It just means you can't test things in a lab all the time. And unless you want to give up on everything you can't test in a lab, you still have to try, You still have to try. At least I think so. I found you from Gutsick Gibbons' recommendation of your abiogenesis video yesterday. It was very helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Who might that be? I'm a little interested. Let me go ahead and copy that name because I'm a little bit of an egocentric person and I'm kind of curious. Who is that? That's so interesting. Let's see. Oh, okay. Very cool. I'll go check them out later. Very neat. Okay. Okay, so that's the rhetorical framework that I'm working with here, okay? Okay, so now let's talk about whether or not art styles are emergent or directed. So what do you think, Chad? You know, there's no right answer here. There's no right answer here. But do you have a sense for, or you know, it's just your opinion, but it's useful to talk about because then you can start comparing your ideas to others and then appending your own depending on what you hear from other people. For me, art is 70% emergent and 30% direct because art for me is like experiencing life and taking things from what you like, emergent, and then creating a structured combination, direct. Both? Yeah. I'd say that style is at least 30% innate. If my wrist doesn't move that way, I can't make that curve unaided. Directed practice can form the rest, but it's rare for things to go that far. Yeah, I'd say that, you know, the fact that it's a mix, I think, is going to capture a lot of people's opinions. I don't think many people are going to go 100% one way or the other, but I think like looking at the differences in our numbers is pretty interesting. You know, nobody's right or wrong in this case because again, there's not like a way to test this, right? But I think like knowing what your attitude is towards emergence and direction is pretty important for understanding yourself, right? So you're not going to convince me of your thing. I'm not going to convince you of my thing, but just like making you think about it, I think is pretty interesting, right? So here's my opinion on emergent versus directed. In my opinion, art style is mostly emergent, right? So I'm more in line with what user is saying and 10% directed. Again, I'm not saying anybody who disagrees is wrong, but this is how I think about it. I think you spend a lot of time developing a style only to find one, and then you spend the rest of your time getting away from them. This is something that I got from the YouTube channel Drawfee. So those are, if you don't know, Drawfee is this YouTube channel of artists, and they draw. That's their content, right? They draw on YouTube. They're great. They're very funny. And something that has always stuck with me, something that Jacob said, is this something similar to this quote where, you know, as you're learning to do art, you spend most of your time trying to find your style at first. And then once you found your style, you spend the rest of your career trying to get away from it. Because once you find that style, it gets very easy to stagnate. It gets very easy to not improve once you get comfortable. And so to me, there's this kind of transition. And because I'm like very early in my art career, right? Even though I've been doing art for a very, very long time, all of the art that I made really is terrible that I don't show to anybody. I had a podcast before this that is no longer available that I thought was like, okay, it's like the best thing that I'd done up until that point. But, you know, I had many, many creative ventures totally fail because I was still in this process of finding a style. And now if I the neutrophil, I find myself very happy with the style that I've made. But now I'm starting to get into I'm trying to get away from my style in order to keep growing, keep challenging myself, keep making these videos better. So why does this matter, right? So why does this matter? Critiquing a style is akin to critiquing the human behind it, and analysis should always be done in a way that is aware of this, because style, to me, is an emergent property of who you are as a person, because art is so tied into, again, you know, I'm not even disagreeing with you, Jzar, like it is innate to a certain degree, because some people's hands don't move a certain way. For example, I can't do, you know, I draw on my mouse in Photoshop and I don't care to get better at drawing. You know, I'm not methodically doing studies of things because my main thing is making these videos, and even though I'm required to draw to make these videos, I'm not that interested in spending my time becoming a better drawer, right? And so there are going to be intrinsic limitations of that approach that is going to come across in the videos that I make. I want to improve my videos in other ways, and by drawing, I'm going to organically get a little better every time, but I'm not putting effortful practice into that kind of thing. So for me, that style is emergent, and overall my channel is emergent based on these failed projects that I've had in the past where I've realized, oh, my body does not do this, my brain does not do that. So what does my brain do? That's this sign of emergence, right? And so when I see people critique a style online, oh, this style is bad, this style is good, I get a little upset, because what you're saying is that this emergent property of this person is bad, and that's kind of bad. Right? That's kind of bad. That's kind of mean to think of someone as inherently having an ugly style. What you should stay inside is this person's style does not mesh with me. And you know, I think after, you know, I already have people in the comments who hate on my videos, right? And as I grow my channel, I'm going to get more and more people who do not like the work that I do. Some people will have legitimate complaints and some people are just not going to enjoy my style, right? I've already shown in my previous streams that comment wishing that I used more AI in my visuals, right? That's a disagreement in style. Put it that way. Yeah. Art grows with you. Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think that I'm in alignment with that kind of idea. Seems to me that art that doesn't have universal appeal tends to be the art that I connect with. And I went over this in my members video about art, where like art is about connection with people, and the more specific your art can get, I think the more heavily fewer people will attach themselves to it, right? Because, you know, let's say McDonald's, right? Totally inoffensive on a road trip. If I'm feeling not hungry, I'm gonna go, you know, if I'm not craving something, I'm going to get a McDonald's burger, and I'm going to be perfectly fine with McDonald's burgers. And McDonald's has a place in the world where, you know, I've never gotten sick eating McDonald's. If I'm in an airport and I've been traveling and I'm stressed about flights, but I know I need to eat for just existing, I'm going to get McDonald's, right? Perfectly inoffensive, very successful fast food company. But it doesn't bring me that much joy. What brings me joy is a lot of, you know, it's going to sound like I'm patting myself on the back, but I like a lot of my own cooking because I can tailor it exactly to my own tastes, right? So art that is broadly appealing, art that is niche appeal. It's like R versus K selection, which is something that I'll talk about in a bit. So it's kind of interesting to think of art in that kind of way as well. Yeah. As someone who has done a lot of art in different genres and mediums haphazardly, for me, it is a lot more directed, mimicking different stuff and putting my own spin on it. I think it's not... Okay, so I would consider that as play. Not to say that you didn't work hard on it, but like trying things out, sampling them, that's like playing so that your style can emerge from it. And the fact that you use the word haphazardly, I think that's what I would interpret as playing with art to find the style that emerges out of you. Because if you never do art, you'll never be able to have that style emerge out of you. Yeah. I'd argue that you spend the rest of your time getting away from it. You develop a style and you find ways to shape it so it better fits in with the meta, just like your playstyle in Halo MP. Yeah. I mean, like if you are making art professionally, as in you are relying on it to put food in your mouth, there's, I think, more direction because you have to tailor it to the algorithm. But I'm not talking about algorithmic stuff here. I'm just saying like finding yourself through art. But I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Okay. So is there art that is objectively good or objectively bad? I think this conversation is very, very tired and has happened a lot. And I think people can kind of come to an agreement that because humans are so different from each other across the entire spectrum of humanity, yeah, you can't, you know, there's not like a factual base of art that is good and art that is bad. You can find all sorts of crazy takes on art. Oh, the Mona Lisa isn't that good, actually, you know. So-and-so isn't actually that good. You'll find these takes all over the place because humans are very varied and we have different perspectives and lived experiences. So if we take the assumption that art cannot be objectively good or objectively bad, can we judge art at all? And I think, you know, there are a couple of comments that I've seen that are getting to a conclusion that I agree with, that you can evaluate art, but you have to do it in the context of the effect. Now, is the effect good or bad? That's not important, right? Good or bad, I think, in terms of art critique, I think it should leave your vocabulary. To me, art as a STEM person can be effective or ineffective. That's like a very, I think, modernist perspective. I think postmodernists might disagree, but from a modernist perspective, I think that's totally fine. And I think that's okay. Okay. Okay, so Emergent directed, no bad art. Okay, so there is no bad art. Anybody who says so-and-so property is bad, I think that sucks. I think that's intellectually boring. I don't care for the argument that art can be bad. So whenever I see a video essay online, this show is bad, actually, or this is the worst character, or et cetera, that is... claiming a certain intellectual, cultural, artistic hegemony that I think is kind of Yeah, it is pretty presumptive, right? It is assuming that there is one cultural standard for what is good, and I think that is removing a lot of the interesting nuance when it comes to analyzing art, right? So why does this matter? I think online discourse is really plagued with oversimplified hate for certain pieces of art, certain pieces of artists. Like, you can go online and find any myriad opinions, angry people saying this sucks, that sucks, bad, good, whatever. But I think that's really squashing a lot of the nuance. So this is a double meaning and can potentially signal inclusion and exclusion from an in-group or echo chamber, right? When you call a piece of art bad, you may be signaling to people who are like-minded that you are holding this art to some sort of agreed upon standard. So if you agree with me that this art is bad, you and me can hang out, right? We can create a community based on the things that we hate together. And I think that's kind of a sketchy way to form community. Phi, I am not a social psychologist. Phi does this. I'm not a social psychologist. This is me hypothesizing, okay? Because I thank you, Mylan. I should check myself, right? I'm not saying that my perspective is correct or backed by academics because, I didn't do any of this reading. This has all come from like a very multiple inner conversations that I have had with myself, right? With just thinking about the nature of art. This is more like my personal philosophy with regards to art analysis. So don't take this for any serious opinion that any actual academic has. I wouldn't be able to defend my ideas like in that realm, right? I couldn't pull a paper that tells me that I'm right. I couldn't do any of that. This is just inside my brain coming out to you, and you should take it for what it is, one person's opinion, right? One person's opinion. Okay, so when you call art good or bad, again, you might be signaling to an echo chamber or creating an echo chamber. And I really hate that because you are simplifying these things into cliches, right? And that's not, it's fun for people. This is an extremely effective way to make YouTube content. You see it all the time. This art is bad, this art is good, 300,000 views, right? This is a very effective way to manipulate psychology, I think. But I want to remove ourselves from that because I think it makes us worse consumers of art, worse appreciators of art. So if you want to fully appreciate art, from my perspective, you need to do away with good and bad and instead think of terms of effective and ineffective. I think art can't be bad, but I think like empty, emotionally vacant, poorly thought out, constructed lack of craft. Yeah, I think those are better terms to use for art analysis, right? Those are things that have some sort of effect on you. It feels empty to you. It feels poorly thought out, and then you can get into why. And I think that is more interesting than just calling something good or bad. Okay. So this is the framework I most often see online. This is the things that gets views and gets discourse happening and engagement. What are they called? A critic has an emotional reaction. They find the reasons for the reaction, right? I'm not saying the reasons because the reasons implies a sort of intellectual truth, but they just find reasons for the reaction. So say, for example, I'm watching, I don't know, Amazing Digital Circus. Maybe I'll pick it more. Say I'm watching SpongeBob, okay? And I'm watching an episode of SpongeBob and it makes me feel bad. And I want to make a video essay about it. So then I start thinking, why does this episode make me feel bad? And then I'm going to find the reasons and I'm going to make that a video essay. I get 100 million views, right? And then I say, oh, SpongeBob is terrible, actually, right? This is what happens a lot, I think, on YouTube especially, right? I've had to remove myself from the side of YouTube that judges art. Regardless of the opinion, I never feel happy. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right, right? It's not about good or bad. If you are actually looking for this kind of content to feel to feel connected to a piece of art, right? Like good and bad is mainly so that we can work out our existential rage against in groups and out groups. Is that maybe that's too crazy of an opinion to have, but that's what I believe, right? If you want to love art, you don't want to listen to a guy tell you whether or not art is good or bad. You want to listen to a person who will teach you how to love art. And that is not as catchy, not as engaging for the algorithm than just saying something is good or something is bad, right? So that's the framework I want to get away from, right? Get away from. I think the reason in that case is you can get 100 million views. Yeah, exactly. It's really sad and depressing because I think if you want to really have a big impact on people, you have to teach people how to love things. You don't have to teach people how to love. People can love things on their own, right? But I think there is a lot of joy that I get from watching really well thought out analysis videos that help me love things more, right? So I think there's this channel called 12 Tone who does this for music. And this is the type of person that I myself want to be for you in a stream like this, where 12 Tone teaches me how to love music as someone with no musical background. So instead of being like, you know, I don't know, Call Me Maybe is like, it's got 2 chords, it's boring, it doesn't move, you know, it's pop, it's garbage, it doesn't do anything. 12 Tone will think more carefully about, okay, so why did the artist choose to vary between these 2 chords and not have this variation that we see more commonly in art? What effect does that produce? And that really helped me with building my own framework for art analysis, right? And so I want to help kind of instill that in you, because, you know, listening to 12 Tone, I actually found myself enjoying music more when I think about how the music was constructed and what the artist maybe intended with certain sounds, certain lyrics. And I think if I could do that for you for art or for SciComm at the very least, that would be very meaningful for me. Yeah. Okay. So here is my analytical framework. The first and most important thing, and this is coming from my background as a STEM person, is that before you get into the emotions, you should first start off with the effect, which is the emotions. But I'm gonna tell you why that's a little different, right? So describe first in a very removed way how this piece makes you feel and think before you get into the whys, because I think on YouTube there's a lot of like, you know, this is bad because I want it to be bad, or there's a thing in this that I see could be bad, and therefore I will make content off of it and I will call it bad, right? So for example, if I take Call Me Maybe, oh, I know that Call Me Maybe just varies between 2 chords. I know that can be boring, ergo I'm going to make my video essay about how boring Call Me Maybe is. Okay, sure, that gets you 100 million views. I think what is better is going, what effect does having 2 tones have on me? Am I actually bored by the 2 tones, the 2 chords, or is there something more interesting, more complex going on, right? So before you get into interpreting your emotions, you first have to describe your emotions, right? This is like a thing I picked up in therapy. Like before I can figure out why my brain is doing something, I first have to describe to myself what my brain is actually doing. I've told this story before. When I was getting therapy, I lacked the emotional vocabulary to explain to my therapist my emotions. My therapist would ask, oh, and how did that make you feel? Very stereotypical question. And I would go, well, my heart rate was elevated. I had a pit in my stomach, and I felt sweaty, like a cold sweat. And my therapist was like, those are physiological reactions. Those are not emotions. What emotions does that make you feel? And there's a sort of power in describing that, because as a scientist, I was like, well, I don't want to say that it makes me anxious, because what even is anxiety, right? What even is anger? Like, I don't want to label these emotions. But by labeling the emotions, you connect with a certain piece. It makes you feel a certain way because you are human, right? Because you are human. Yeah. So that's I think the first step, right? Very similar to describing trends in data before hypothesizing why the trends are there. Yes, exactly. You first have to get the information in front of you and then think about the information instead of just looking for reasons to be mad, right? So number 2, break the effects down into components, right? Try and describe why the piece is affecting you in a certain way. Then create a model for how the piece functions, right? So after you break down the piece and, you know, try to figure out how it works, try to reassemble it into something that has explanatory power, right? So this is the same in science. This is coming from my science background. Take the thing, break it down, try to understand every piece of it, and then if you understood it correctly, you will be able to reassemble that piece and make predictions, right? That's number 4, assess the model for accuracy. And so this is a very vibes-based approach, right? If I take and break down a piece and then I reassemble it in my head, does it explain the effects of the piece? And if not, do it again. Break down the piece, create a model, reassemble it, assess the model for accuracy. This is iterative, right? This is testing. This is just testing inside your own head instead of in the lab, right? So this is applying the scientific method to the arts. This is, I think, what I can contribute to people who like STEM, but maybe are not as into the humanities, because I want to believe that I have an equal foot in both. Because even though I present myself as like a very STEM forward person, I do think that I am a humanities person inside a person. I think my soul is humanities, but my training made me a science person. And I think if I can help other like very sciencey people connect with art through the language of science, I would be very happy, right? So every iteration of this analysis will lead you to a better understanding of the piece, because if you reconstruct the piece in your head and then you look at your reconstruction, you go, is this why I feel this way? And if the answer is yes, great. Then you more fully understand the piece through your own eyes, right? That is you enjoying the art more, you figuring out how the art works for you. Yeah. What are you doing with that approach is normalizing your personal experience with the piece. That's the point. Right? That's the point, is that art is about connecting the artist with an audience. And I am doing analysis in order to better connect to a piece. And by teaching that, or by modeling that, I am hoping that more people can take more out of art, to love art more, right? The way that you're going to do this framework is going to be different than how I'm going to do it, because this is a personal model. This is not objective, right? This is not science. This is humanities. This is a science approach to the humanities. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Johanna. I am agreeing with you, but that's kind of the point. Art is personal, or at least I believe so. Okay, so the most important thing to understand is effect. So understanding effective, in quotes, requires a lot of good attention and awareness, right? And is, in my opinion, what separates good analysis from shallow analysis, right? So when you have the vocabulary to build these models for yourself and have them be faithful to your true feelings, I think that requires a bit of practice. So even if you can't successfully break a piece down into components, understand that a piece's effect is the important thing, right? What is your personal procedure for deciding how to separate art from artist, or is that later in the presentation? So yeah, I'll be modeling this with the SciComm creators. Because they are, in my field, and I think I have a lot more to say, right? I'm not a musician, so I can't really talk about music, but I am a SciComm person, and I have a lot of opinions coming from my background, and I'll hopefully show you the way in which I think about breaking down a piece of art, specifically SciComm, because that's what I would be able to do for you. Okay, so what are the components of a piece of SciComm, right? You might disagree. This is how I break it down as someone who spends a lot of time thinking about SciComm. These are the components that I think about. So art is hyperdimensional, right? There's infinite dimension in what a human can take out of an art piece. So this isn't going to be exhaustive, but here are the things that I personally really care about when it comes to looking at a piece of science communication. That is, how engaging is a piece, or how is it engaging? 2, this is getting what Mies is saying about presence of artists. So how present is the artist in the body of the work, right? 3, complexity of content. So how difficult is what level of complexity is the content going for? So are we covering 2+2, or are we covering string theory, right? That's what I mean by complexity of content. And then simplification and presentation, which is different than complexity of content. Simplification and presentation is saying, okay, are we going to cover string theory at the level of graduate students, or are we going to cover string theory at the level of a middle schooler, right? And then R versus K selection. So this is basically saying, are you trying to go for broad, massive appeal that everybody, something everybody can enjoy, or are you trying to aim at a very specific subset of people? You're trying to get them to love your content, right? So a lot of likes versus a little bit of love. They're not totally different. It is a spectrum, but it's useful for me to kind of think about how different SciComm people approach this kind of problem. So I'm not going to do all of these dimensions for every creator, but I will do it for the first entry on the list, which is TierZoo, just to show you kind of what I mean by these different components. So are there any questions about my approach here? Either my philosophical approach towards art, the rhetorical tools that I'm using, my framework, or what these components are? For me, the artist is the art because the art is a part of the artist, though there's cases that the artist is playing a character, but you still see a glimpse of the OG's artist view / personality. Yeah, so it's kind of squishy, right? Like, again, like, they're not, this is all squishy. I mean, it's the humanities, man. It's gotta be squishy. You just have to accept that this kind of thing is a little squishy. That doesn't mean you can't do anything with it, though. That doesn't mean it's not useful. I'm going to define presence of artist in a very specific way, and you'll I think you'll pick that up when I start talking about it, right? I guess I can do myself first to get you an idea of what I mean by presence of artist, is that in a Fi video, I'm literally the narrator. Like, I am in the shot, I am on screen, I am narrating it using first person, right? I am also a character in my videos. So I would say that I have a high presence of artist in the videos because I am literally okay. So that is the framework by which I am working on. Yeah. So I'm going to define these one by one. So engagement, this is perhaps the most important component in my opinion. Right? I will define engagement as the X factor that keeps me watching and keeps me coming back. Every SciComm creator is going to have a different X factor when it comes to the appeal of their content, right? Because we are all individuals, right? No two people are going to communicate the same information the same way because we're all unique, special individuals. We are all unique snowflakes. And so there's not one scale, it's not like more engaging, less engaging. It's how is it engaging? It is, again, hyper dimensional. So this is the most freestyle component, as each creator has such a unique way of making their content engaging, and we're gonna illustrate that in just a little bit. Presence of artist. This is often an overlooked element of art, right? But I think it's important to be able to understand how a piece functions, right? So to what degree does a product look primarily like the passions of a singular creator? And why is this important? It's not about more individual equals more better. It's about trying to explain why a piece works, and not about, I need to maximize every component uncritically, right? So it might sound to you that products are automatically better when they look like the products of a singular voice, right? One personality. And it can be a great asset to a lot of creators, but it's not necessary for every creator. And B, I'm gonna use this as an example when I compare myself to Clockwork. Like, there are certain presentations where it doesn't make as much sense to be maximally present, right? And I think the contrast between me and Clockwork, the degree by which our being is obvious in the work is going to be an interesting contrast. Clockwork and I are both very low production in terms of manpower, right? I don't know if Clockwork has a team. I think you're a one-person team. For me, I'm a two-person team. It's just me and Toxo. Toxo does the art that looks good. I do the art that looks bad. And then I do the scripting, the research, the video production, the editing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the degree is put up front and personal in front of an audience to look at, I think is interesting to compare and contrast. You have nothing to worry about, Clockwork. I'm only saying nice things about people. Boo, boo. I know there are some people who want me to tear apart creators. I'm not going to do that. Sorry. If you want me to criticize people, I'm just not going to do it, because this is about learning to love art. Okay, you're going to love art. And it doesn't make as much sense, in this stream to look at why art makes you feel bad. I'm trying to, again, trying to make you love art more, not trying to give you a reason to get the dopamine hit from hating on art, right? So I'm not going to do that. You're gonna love art, and that's it, right? Exactly. Okay. So complexity of content. This is easy. This is two components. What level are you trying to convey? Right? Are we string theory, or are we 2+2? And to what degree are you simplifying the content in a presentable form? Right? Are we doing a string theory lecture for graduate students, or are we making a broadly appealing string theory 101? Right? So those are components. Don't mind me much. I just feel as someone with a degree in humanities, it's my duty to communicate the stances of my field. That's kind of interesting. Would you say that your field has just one framework, just one view? Or would you say that there are more dominant voices who have more of the airspace? Right. I think of humanities as being, not different than STEM in certain cases, where even STEM, there is a lot of disagreement within the field. So it surprises me that you would describe the humanities as having the stances, right? Maybe popular stances, I think I would agree with, right? I covered a cancer stream the other day, not the other day, it was maybe like half a year ago by this point, that had a non-traditional view of cancer, right? Most people believe that cancer is genetic in terms of the genetics of the cancer cell. And then there's a small but very loud minority of people who believe that it is metabolic in nature. So even in STEM, you have disagreeing voices. Yeah. Well, there's a multitude of voices, but some are way more dominant than others. I think that's fair, right? And I think we should be careful to communicate that there is not one hegemonic view in the humanities, and that there are strengths and weaknesses of expressing different viewpoints. It's over millions shall love. Exactly. Millions shall love. You will love art. Okay. So R versus K selection. This is a term that I borrowed from ecology, right? So R selection refers to species that are more bacteria-like. Like these are species that really love to adapt to different environments, have broad appeal. So that's R selection. And then to contrast that, we have content that is more archaea or archaea, depending on who you ask how to pronounce that, in nature. So archaea, they're like extremophiles. They only thrive in very extreme environments for the most part. So high salt, high temperature, low temperature, whatever, extreme conditions. But the trade-off is that even though the places that archaea can thrive are very limited, in the environments where they can thrive, they really do thrive. So this is essentially just asking, are you trying to make something that everybody can enjoy, or something that a few people will absolutely love, right? So, and it's a spectrum. It's not or, it's a continuum. Okay. So first up, TierZoo. My boy TierZoo, a YouTube SciComm giant, makes a tier list for. So I'm going to be introducing these content creators to you. Although if you don't know who these people are, I'd be very surprised if you are watching me and you don't know who these people are, right? So TierZoo is a content creator that makes tier list videos for animals, and kind of frames biology as some vague kind of MMORPG or fighting game. And the trend is sort of stronger or cooler animals tend to be rated highly. Like TierZoo takes a particular framework of like the species that have more survival or combat capabilities tend to rank higher, and then the species that are not as capable of combat tend to rank lower, right? Now, this is a very simplified view of evolution, right? If I were designing a TierZoo video, I would have the tiers be based off of evolutionary success, in which case most species that are alive will be S tier. Species that are in decline will be F tier, or rather extinct species would be F tier. Species that are declining in population would be mid tier, and then species that are stable or increasing are going to be S tier, regardless of anything that is going on with their combat capabilities. But that's not as interesting, right? So TierZoo is taking some stylistic liberties with regards to evolution, which is fine. I think it's great. I love this channel, right? I love this channel. So I also wanted to say that I tuned into one of his streams and he called me his boy the other day, and that was very meaningful. That was awesome. It was awesome to get a shout out from TierZoo. That was very, very cool. Let's not do that. This is why this is a shared exercise. So before we get into interpreting the different components, again, we have to start with the effects, because we don't want to over intellectualize the stuff here. What is that? Thank you so much, Hero Blaze, for the 10 joules. That's weird that it shows up in chat like that. Oh, that's a present. Sorry, my own screen is very small on my screen. That's a little present box. I thought that was like an X mark, but thank you so much for the 10 joules. Most bacteria are S tier. We live in their world. Yeah, that's why I think it gets complicated. It's a simplified framework to do content in. So of course it's not going to like match 1-to-1 with reality. But it's still interesting. Speaking of MMORPGs and fighting games, why don't oncology boards use a red team, blue team style strategy game to plan cancer treatment? Well, because what about the neutrals, right? What about microbes and stuff like that? It's like cancer biology is so complicated. Although I think it could be fun. Could be fun. Oh, like drug treatments. Yeah. I mean, there are. It's called what is it? Oh, there's a specific type of clinical trial where you swap between treatments or swap between, placebo and drug treatment, and I don't remember what that is. But yeah. What is the effect on TierZoo? I know you people know TierZoo. Okay, I know you people know TierZoo. What effect does TierZoo have on you? Okay, try to express the emotions, the thoughts, the not double blind. It's like a swap experiment. The researchers don't know, but until they unblind, it has nothing to do with blinding. It's more about doubling your explanatory power. I truly have never seen TierZoo. You gotta get it on that. TierZoo is great. TierZoo sparked my interest in biology and ecology when I was a kid, and that's the point. It sparked your interest in biology and ecology when you were a kid. Why? What about TierZoo? It sparked your interest, right? There's something about it that is inspiring. So if I were to describe the effect from what you're saying, Starstruck, is that it was inspirational, right? That's the language I'm looking for. Crossover studies. That's exactly right. Thank you so much. TierZoo makes me go, TierZoo's funny. There's something that tickles you when you think about biology and animals in like a tiered fighting game, right? There's something maybe joyous about it. Knowledge of biology in an interesting way. What about it is interesting, right? Why is it interesting? What effect is it having on you? Why are you interested? Yeah. I find TierZoo funny because their approach is kind of grotesque. Okay, say more. What about, why do you think it's what does grotesque mean to you? I think that's an interesting place to start. Great introduction for broad ideas in biology and ecology. What about it makes it great? I love seeing people apply systems to things that were never meant to fit into that system. There's something very funny about that, right? In ways like a hubris, right? And trying to get these complicated things to conform into a shape that you can understand. There's a joy in trying to make it fit into that box, I think. Maybe see biology in a different way. I would have never thought of animals being ranked this way, I suppose. I'd say TierZoo makes me feel enthusiastic. Living things are so freaking cool since the RPG framework is very contemporary to my generation. It's more personalized in that way. Yeah. I love that. That's a great answer. TierZoo is such a perfect niche. Yes. It's perfect. I like seeing how one thing gets translated and reframed in terms of a different thing. Yes. These are all great answers. Okay. So let's go and see what I would say is the effect of TierZoo, which is going to be very similar to what you all said, but I'm going to be using my own language. So, above all else, I find myself having fun. TierZoo is very fun. The effect of it is I am having fun. When I am watching a TierZoo video, I am having a great time. And that could be said for all of the content creators I'm going to be talking about today, but I would not necessarily use the word fun for all of them. But TierZoo is very fun. There's something very playful about this context. So the framework itself is so fun, I found myself inspired to make similar content. And, TierZoo, if you end up watching this, because I know TierZoo does watch at least some of my videos. I don't know if he'll ever tune into a stream, but TierZoo hasn't done his bacteria stream list. And, I'm just saying, if you want to ask like a guy who knows a thing about bacteria, I'd be very happy to help. I would never tell that to him to his face, though, because I feel like the magnitude of difference, like I'm a peewee little, small fry YouTuber, it feels wrong, even though, I did get acquainted with him over Twitter. It feels very wrong to directly ask for a collaboration, given the difference in magnitude of our channels. But if he happens to ever, click on this, then, maybe there's a chance. Yeah. Question, is there a reason biologists don't rank life forms in tiers? I think it's just not interesting, because I think one of the only ways that like most biologists could agree on with regards to seeing biology in terms of tiers is survival, and it would just be every extinct animal is F tier, every declining animal is mid tier, and then every thriving animal is A tier. And that's not really telling you anything. You know, I wouldn't be able to make TierZoo interesting because I'd just be like, okay, Dodo's F tier because it couldn't survive its context. You know, panda bears are like D tier because they're alive, but they're cute enough for humans to keep around. So there's some sort of interaction with humans that way. Because the things about like attack damage or defense, those are all relative to context, right? It wouldn't make sense for a heavily armored animal to live in a context where fast speed is what is required, right? So it wouldn't really be that interesting. It would just be like, oh, well, human deforestation is killing off these bugs, so these bugs are D tier because they couldn't deal with humans doing that. But then the species of lichen that are taking over the leftover corpses of forests they're S tier because they don't care about human. You know, like it gets less about intrinsic traits of animals and more like how are they surviving in the world, which I think it's not as engaging as like this. You know, the red tail hawk has like a, you know, a bite force or a talon crushing force of blood. You know, it's just I don't think it's quite as interesting as the way that TierZoo would do it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue there. So engagement, why is TierZoo engaging? So we talked about the fact that it's fun, but why do you love TierZoo, right? Why do you, when you close it, when you finish a TierZoo video and you experience these emotions, you experience these effects, why do you click on another video? Why do you make it to the end of the video? Why do you hit that subscribe button, right? So why? So now we're officially entering, we're going from what is the effect? You know, I'm having a lot of fun, I'm inspired. Now we're trying to answer the question of why am I finding fun? Why am I doing any of this, right? And your answers are going to be different than mine because I am a different person than you. But I think it's useful to engage in this practice, right? So why is this so engaging? Why is this so engaging? You know? Why is it so engaging? I learned something new to Yeb about for 20 minutes, and I stick around to both learn, to see how he frames Earth both as a game and how his stat system works. So there's something interesting, there's something engaging about his framing, right? TierZoo is very digestible to people who are not as thoroughly acquainted with biology, and a lot of enjoyment I get is watching his content is how easily I can share it with other people. It's very spreadable. Yeah. TierZoo is just nerdy and fun way to learn about one of my main interests, animals. Yeah, but why do you come back? Why do you come back? I like the animations. The animations are great. I'm not TierZoo as audience. The fighting game framing reminds me of too much stuff like real dogfights. Oh, that's terrible, which happened in my childhood neighborhood. I'm so sorry to hear that. But that's also why art cannot be objective, right? Because we all have different experiences. I'm coming at it from my particular background, the combination of science and game design, but we're not really getting at the language that I'm trying to use here. And I think this is where I can help in a kind of way, right? Because I'm getting at a specific strategy TierZoo uses to get you to come back to watch him. And you are all right, but I would call what you are saying more about the effect. But I'm talking about what can I do? What can I do to be more like TierZoo, right? Okay, so here's the language that I'm going to use here, okay? The idea of a tier list for animals is lightning in a bottle. This is such a good idea. A reframing of biology as a game of some kind is obviously going to appeal to gamers, right? That's just something that's obvious. Putting animals in low tiers is going to upset somebody, right? And we just saw a reference to Octopus Lady in the chat making her own mollusk tier list in response, or a response to the mollusk tier list. And this is engaging, right? Even being upset is an acceptable audience outcome because it generates attention and engagement. And also everybody has a favorite animal, right? So you watch because you already have a little bit of a previous connection with the game of life, as well as these animals, right? But also, something that is more interesting to me is this. TierZoo is more about the game that the audience takes away from the video. The framing of biology as a video game invites people to do the same because the framing is playful. It's fun to recontextualize animal biology in video game terminology. You come back because there's a sense of novelty every time, because TierZoo is incredibly creative, right? And you can see on this right, this is a post from the TierZoo subreddit, right? Anybody here still play the legacy build with this very old fish? This fun builds community, audience loyalty, and encourages lateral thinking that makes general learning fun. What else can be thought of in video games, right? This format is fun. You know, the effect of TierZoo does not end when you end the video, because you are left with the impression you are given a toy, right? You are given a toy. This toy is this framework of tiering things. And if you ask serious scientists, you shouldn't do it. It oversimplifies things. But we're not talking about students who will become professionals, right? We're talking about the general audience, getting them into biology, right? And then when they're done with the TierZoo video and they want to learn more about biology, they can watch me, right? And then I am a bit more strict with regards to accuracy of the way that I present things and not making sort of simplifications. Accuracy is not fair. Okay, it's not fair to say accuracy. I'm more detailed because of the nature of my content. That doesn't make my content better than TierZoo. It just makes the scope different, right? You have fun, you learn about biology through TierZoo, and I wonder what else biology has to offer. Then you come to me, right? It's the fun is really important to funnel people towards me. So I will never be upset about something that can engage an audience in this way, right? Yeah. That is what I think. Do you get why I view this as the framing, right? This is what I mean by engagement. This is the X factor, the game, the game. That is what I mean. That is what I mean. Okay, let me catch up on chat while you hang on that thought for a little bit. I mean, you tried to copy it in your first video. I'm going to talk about that. It was really fun, but I realized it wasn't me, You could frame yourself as how you are presented as a neutrophil and the perspective of your experience as a neutrophil with other aspects of biology. I could do that, but it wouldn't be my voice. Really, this is what I think people can take away from. Like, if you're trying to do masterful SciComm and you want to take inspiration from TierZoo, you could say, well, I could just do the tier list thing. But that's not really going to be you, right? Because tier lists are TierZoo's thing. I mean, you could do a tier list, right? But if you want to find your authentic style, unless you are as video game pilled as TierZoo is, this might not be your style. But the thing that you can take away from this is if you give your audience some kind of game to play with you alongside co-op, that makes it a more engaging piece of content, Engaging piece of content. That's what I mean by this engagement component, For those of you who are talking about my merch, I do have merch. You can find it on my channel. I don't have a plush yet because a plush requires upfront investment. And unless I know I'm going to sell 300 plushies, I actually can't spend that money. But I definitely would love to, maybe at like 150K subs or whatever number I need to feel comfortable with fronting the upfront costs. Because, my merch right now doesn't sell very well, and that's kind of making me a little afraid to invest in plushies. If the merch sells well, then I'll think about it. But since the merch doesn't sell well, it's complicated. It's complicated. Yeah. Hey, some students who want to have a PhD probably watch them to de-stress, just like my experimental biology bachelor watches you. I mean, but like, if you're a student, then TierZoo is simplifying things. You can't say that these animals are S tier. You can't do that as a real student. It's just a game. But it's a game that can lead you to deeper learning, right? Yeah. So, okay. So that's what I mean by engagement, right? It was so fun that I had to try this myself, right? So I didn't have a style 2 years ago when I started this channel. I had another YouTube channel that I deleted before the current Find the Neutrophil style, and you can actually find those videos by joining membership and watching those videos that I think are pretty terrible. So because I didn't have a style, I just copied TierZoo, because biology can be reframed as a video game, not accurately, but you can do it. There are going to be people who disagree whether it should be framed in this way, and I totally get that. Again, I'm not saying this is the way you should learn biology, but it is a way that you can have fun with biology, right? You can have fun with biology. You have merch, you should mention that at least sometimes, because I had no idea. So it's actually like the last few, the last 30 seconds of my videos all have like a call out for my merch, but I don't really spend all that much time shilling it. Maybe I should shill it a bit harder. Pre-order, I might have to find a way to do that I would feel comfortable with. I am of the opinion that it is rarely a bad thing to engage with a bit of joy while learning, right? Because joy can carry you through learning some very complex things. Although when I look back on this video, there are parts of it that I think are funny and have aged okay, but overall I think this video is a bit of a mess. This video is a bit of a mess. The reason why I find TierZoo so interesting and the format so engaging, and this idea of framing biology as a video game, is that play, if you are having fun, you will be encouraged to play, right? And play is the most powerful way to learn. The most powerful way to learn is to have fun while doing it, to seek it out yourself, to be intrinsically motivated. So if you are learning HTML, coding for websites, yeah, you could go to the library and pick up HTML for Dummies, read and do the worksheets and stuff. Or, and how many people in chat recognize what's going on in the right-hand side here? Is this familiar to any of you millennials? Any millennial enjoyers know what's on the right here? Something that Gen Z will sadly not experience, or really have no reason to experience. Gotta do the same shameless merch plugs in the first 30% of the runtime. I mean, I could try. I did have a few more shameless plugs in some of the early videos, but then I don't know, I fatigued on them. Is that Neopets? Yes, dude, Neopets. So Neopets is a browser-based game that allows you to raise animals, kind of like Pokemon, but there's like a whole ecosystem and economy, and you play flash games for cash, Neo points. And so my generation, if you were playing Neopets, you learned HTML because you were allowed to change the HTML of your shop page, right? Neopets didn't publish how to do HTML. They just said, here, you can change the HTML of your page. You can customize it any way you want using HTML, and it was up to you to do it. So as a kid, you think, oh, I want my shop to have a pretty Poogle or whatever. I want my shop to be glittery and animated. You, by playing with HTML, forced yourself to learn HTML for the sake of decorating your shop. And if you can trick an audience to do that, that is a sign of effective science communication, right? That's amazing. It's an amazing thing to do, to gaslight your audience into learning by giving them a toy to play with. I'm a bit older. I learned to code to make GeoCity sites. Yes. Those two, right. When you get to make stuff, when you get to play with stuff. And so TierZoo stuff was so good that it got me to start playing with stuff. So that's awesome, right? Got me into content creation in a kind of way. Okay. So let's talk about presence of artists. So to what degree do you believe that TierZoo is present? TierZoo the human, TierZoo the artist, to what degree do you believe TierZoo is present in his videos, right? Tumblr also has HTML stuff. Yeah. Tumblr also allowed you to mess around with this HTML. Nowadays, you don't really have too many social media sites allowing you to do that. Yeah. Amazing Gamer says varied. Yeah, I think it is a fair interpretation to say that TierZoo is very, very present in the work that he does. But I would also say that it's a bit nuanced, right? Because Speed of the Earth is saying not very, I would say. And so already we have a bit of a difference in interpretation. And again, this is part of why humanity is squishy, right? Because words can mean anything to different people, right? but I think it is we're not trying to come to a consensus. Okay, you can have your opinion and it's totally fine, but thinking about it is the useful part, right? Thinking about it is what will allow you to more appreciate these works. So I say it's present about 90%. Yeah, I think that's fair, because we all have different interpretations of what I mean by presence of artist, right? I don't think I know much about the TierZoo from watching his videos. That's also fair, right? So what is my interpretation? I have no idea what Mr. Zoo's name is, right? In his videos, he frames himself as an objective gaming analyst, right? Just like what Will Not is saying, right? He presents everything like an esports reader. TierZoo is very rarely a character in his own work, but the construction of his videos is highly personal and very much inspired by games like Smash and RuneScape. So this guy, when I dropped into his stream, he was editing his mammal tier list. Okay, so I guess sneak peek, that's his next video. And he was playing in a fighting game tournament and playing RuneScape at the same time. So he would be like queuing up RuneScape in one tab, like selling something in RuneScape, tab back to Adobe Premiere, edit video, and then tab back to watch the fighting game tournament he was participating in, right? This man is a gamer. This man is a gamer. So you might not know a lot about him, but the fact that he's essentially queuing for 2 games and editing video teaches you a lot about who this man actually is, right? You can't say you know a lot about TierZoo, but you do know, like, he's not doing a vain or shallow appeal to video games. This man is a freaking gamer, dude. And so you could say this means he's not very present at all, but I would say that it's a mix of both. He is impersonal in his character, but the construction of his videos is highly, highly personal. This could only have been made by TierZoo, right? So you can think about both. You can think about both. Okay. So complexity of content, simplification of presentation. I'm just going to go, blow past this because I think this is not very interesting, but it is important to talk about. So there's a lot of volume of information needed for every video, every animal you need to learn quite a bit from. There are choices to go into, like, what thing about the animal did I read? Do I want to include in tier lists? What would make for the most entertaining product? The information itself, however, is pretty simple, and the presentation is also similarly simple. I'm not saying it's low effort, but I'm saying it's easy to understand, right? Tiered lists are a format that simplifies nuance anyway. So, you can see this with all sorts of gaming analysts who are moving away from S tier, F tier to, my favorite version of this is S tier becomes generally excellent, and then F tier becomes generally poor. And then, so generally excellent to sometimes excellent. You can think of a better tier list being that way. So a tier list is going to simplify nuance anyway, but that's fine. As long as this is just a funny game that we can play in our heads, that's fine and great because it is that accessible, right? R versus K selection. Well, if we were in the 90s, you could argue that making biology, but in a tier list style, would be K selection, so niche. But let's be real, like, gaming is no longer a thing for nerds. Gaming is pretty mainstream. So everybody who has ever touched a video game and likes animals can appreciate the work of TierZoo, right? So TierZoo to me is very heavily R selected. It is meant for a lot of people to enjoy. And people love this format, right? I love this format. I loved it so much that the first piece of content I didn't delete was inspired by TierZoo, and that's kind of a crazy thing for me to reflect upon. The first piece of content that exists by me on the internet is a TierZoo inspired piece. Everything else I've been too upset with to keep public. I've deleted everything else. So that's TierZoo. So I'm reconstructing the model in my head, right? It's not just good enough to inspect the components. I also have to reconstruct the model. So, I put it back And I'm looking at this. TierZoo is fun. Why is TierZoo fun? Because tier lists are fun. Tier lists are simple. We're appealing to gamers. And it encourages people to play the game too. I bet I could make a tier list as well. I want to do that too because it seems like a fun thing to try. So when I reconstruct this model, do these reasons all explain why TierZoo is fun? I think so. I think this is a pretty good model to inspect how TierZoo functions as a piece of SciComm. Okay, so what can I personally learn from TierZoo, right? Above all else, the ability of TierZoo to give an audience a way to play, to engage and play in the process of learning is the crowning achievement of this channel, in my opinion. And I think I'm trying to do something similar, but for instead of life as a tier list, more for the pillars of biological reasoning, right? So this stream, or my videos or streams in general, there are a couple of things that I want to leave the audience with, keep them thinking about at a deeper level. So, biology is a spectrum, words have finite meaning in an infinitely complex world, correlation versus causation, intellectual humility, cool evolutionary mechanisms. Like, these are my attempts at trying to give the audience something to chew on after the stream is over. Because less engaging content, a lot of the stuff that we call slop, you watch one time, you close the tab, you never think about it again, right? But I want to give you things to hang on because I think it's more meaningful, right? A little more meaningful. If I just finished my exam, I passed. That's awesome. Congratulations. Okay. So that's what I'm taking away. That's how I'm analyzing my greatest rivals. I don't really think of any of these people as rivals. I just thought it'd make for a funny title. And it also freaked Clockwork out. So that's a bonus for me. Okay. Second channel that I'm going to be talking about is the lovely Octopus Lady, everybody's favorite marine biologist. So if you're not familiar with the Octopus Lady, what are you doing? She has been a collaborator of mine, and you should definitely check her out. She makes video essays about marine life, right? Marine biologist, marine biology content. Pretty easy to explain. She is an honorary PNG tuber, right? She toggles between different expressions. I think it's fine to call her a PNG tuber. She's great. And if you were to, deconstruct what it is, her content actually is, if you were to describe it, I would say it's like a super good PowerPoint style animation channel. And she has been a guest on this channel, right? So, super good PowerPoint style animation. That's not an insult. That's just like true. I think I'm also in this genre of PowerPoint presenter because I'm not a real animator, right? So I think I share this kind of genre with her. So that is what I'm going to tell you, just the facts, right? But for those of you who know the Octopus Lady, and I'm not going to do this for everybody where we all get together. I'm just going to describe to you what her effect is on me. Is I think she is so charming, incredibly charming, right? Power word charm. I think when you watch a video, you don't get parasocial or whatever, but you she's gonna be fun to hang out with. I think it's awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat, Estrogen Earthquake. That's an awesome name. What is your favorite science field other than biology? It's a good question. I have to say I like psychology. I was thinking of becoming a psychology graduate student at the same time as I was thinking about biology, right? Ultimately, I chose biology, mainly because I thought it had better job prospects, but that's not necessarily true. After all, I am currently a full-time YouTuber, so that's how that went. But psychology, I've always had a fondness for because, as I've said earlier in the stream, I feel like I'm... TierZoo, welcome! Thank you for popping in. Hey, my boy, just wanted to say I've been watching the entire time. Yo! And I really appreciate your analysis here. I didn't want to chime in until you were done talking about me because I didn't want to accidentally influence how you were going to chat in my videos. But anyway, thanks for taking the time to put this into words. I think you explained the goals of my video even better than I could have. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm honored to be counted amongst your inspirations. Definitely down to chat about doing some microbiome content together. I tweeted that I was doing this in the 1% chance that TierZoo might have been able to show up. I was just like, please, 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 please. I like put your channel PNG in big in a big shape in my thumbnail just for the off chance. That's awesome. Thank you so much, TierZoo. Yeah, I'm definitely down if you ever wanted to do that bacteria tier list. It doesn't have to be a collab. I don't have to be in your video, but if you ever wanted to like toss a construction of how you would approach it, I'd be down. Senpai noticed. Senpai did notice. Senpai did notice. That's crazy. The discipline and patience to not like chime in until your section was done. That's wild. But yeah, we could definitely talk on Twitter. That's awesome. Oh, I'm sweating, dude. I'm sweating. I'm sorry. Let me finish answering the thing about psychology. I always thought of myself as, not always, I think about sometime after graduate school, I think I have the soul of a humanities person, but training of a STEM person, right? So I think psychology is a good combination of the two. I'm not saying psychology isn't a science. Okay. Psychology is a study of how human minds function, which is almost by definition a humanities pursuit with like a STEM framing, right? Background, methodology, et cetera, but understanding how humans function is a humanities pursuit. And it's cool that you can do it with the rigor of science. And that is why I love psychology. I love it a lot. I wish I could talk more authoritatively on it, but that is why I am very happy to have fellow I'm happy to have VTheorem members. So for those of you who don't know, I'm a part of a VTuber group called VTheorem. Let me go ahead and give them a shout out. With other content creators who also do STEM, edutainment, education content. Mylin, who has been in chat, is a psychology VTuber, so is Sideray. And even though I wish I could speak more authoritatively on matters of psychology because I love it from a casual perspective so much, it was my backup. So I have to say that's my second favorite discipline in science. Good question. I'm still freaking out of Senpai showing up here. Okay. So the Octopus Lady, yeah, super charming. Okay, super duper charming. Very, very funny. So how would I describe the Octopus Lady's level of engagement, or how to characterize her engagement? Right? How to characterize her engagement. So the Octopus Lady, I'm combining these two slides just for the sake of time. Has Vsauce been mentioned? Not yet. I'm getting to Vsauce later. So the Octopus Lady is a character in her own videos, right? Like me, she has an on-screen cartoon character. But the thing that I think she does really, really well is that she showcases her personality and multitude of unique expressions of her avatar to actually allow her to emote, right? I have a few emotions that I can do. I can draw new ones, of course, but she has a lot of different range that she can express, which I think is really, really cool. And part of what makes her videos so good is her humor and personality. These allow her to sneak complexity for her audience, right? And this is something that I can't do, right? That is why I think it's really, really interesting to compare and contrast my style with others so that I can have a better understanding of what I do, as well as try to incorporate aspects from other creators that I really, really enjoy, or at least attempt to, because as I'm going to say, I think I can learn more from TierZoo than I can from Octopus Lady, because Octopus Lady, we're like two different of people for me to be able to do what she does. And I'm going to explain why. So, and to do that, I have to talk a little bit about the complexity and simplification that she does, right? So the Octopus Lady's videos are very, very well researched, very carefully researched with high level sources, right? With, actual research papers, right? Very tippity top, high level of research. And this is one thumbnail that you can see on the right here. How researching siphonophores almost made me have a nervous breakdown, right? This is not your introduction to biology with the Octopus Lady, right? This is about something that is so niche and so dear to her, and most people would not be able to make it accessible. But how does the Octopus Lady do that? Why? Chat, what would you say is the X factor with regards to Octopus Lady? Why is it that she can explain graduate level research, but it doesn't ever feel like graduate level research? Why? Oh, I know. Good luck, user, with your exam. You should definitely get some sleep. She's funny. Expressions. Yeah. She's really, really funny. And as I said in the previous slide, that allows her to sneak some complexity by you. Because if you actually take the content for what it is highly complex. But I would argue there's something more than just being funny. Yeah. Doesn't use niche jargon. That's going to be a common theme with all of these creators, except for me, because I use niche jargon all the time. I do try to explain them, but I don't shy away from niche jargon. I just try to also define them. What is a siphonophore? Oh, dude, you have to watch the video because I couldn't do it in one sentence. It's crazy complicated what a siphonophore is. There's a pathos factor to the thumbnail. Okay, we all have emotions. We understand and relate to the things when we can feel it. We can feel something. Okay, we're getting into how I conceive of Octopus Lady being able to do this high level of communication. Yeah, emotional connection, definitely. Yeah, there's something emotional about it. Made me have a nervous breakdown, adds a more human side to something arcane or academic. Yeah, you are not watching because you are dying to know what a siphonophore is, although you might be. You are watching to see Octopus Lady interface with that information. Yeah. Okay, so pathos, the argument. I love that you use that word, Marlon. I don't know if you picked that up from my writer's workshop, but if you did, that's awesome. If you didn't, that's also awesome. Pathos is an argument from emotion, right? And so Octopus Lady's videos are often highly emotional, and that helps in a lot of different ways. So I'm going to not frame it in that way, although this is essentially saying the same thing, right? I just set it up in a different way. What you guys said is what I'm saying here. I'm just framing it differently. So apart from fantastic fundamentals, right? Oh, dude, her fundamentals are so good. Good visual, simple script, etc., etc. She places herself mostly laterally with the audience to stand off the edges of perceived complexity. What do I mean by that? I mean that Octopus Lady does not position herself as better than you. And I think that Elia actually is picking up on the same factor. She isn't condescending about anything. She's very humble. So this video in particular details the research process and how that process has stumped Octopus Lady over and over again. So knowing that this material is difficult for the YouTuber makes it easier to accept that the complexity is justified, right? So when you have trouble understanding what a siphonophore is, you get the sense that this is okay. Because if you watch a very complicated video and you're not getting it, you're going to feel dumb. And I think Octopus Lady does this in a much better way than I do, because I get comments that say, you know, I didn't really understand this video, but I enjoyed it. And I'm like, that means I failed a little bit. I'm okay if you don't understand everything, because my goals as a content creator are different than Octopus Lady's. But I think the way that she does this is so masterful. So masterful. Really, really good. Really, really good. Okay, so what do I mean by lateral in level? So this is Octopus Lady, and she is slightly above the audience because she is an actual marine biology. She has marine biology education, right? She has the goods. She has the research technique, she has the background, and you don't. But instead of lording it over you, reminding you that she has this education, she takes you along her journey. As someone in chat said, yeah, she's like a React. She does a lot of that's an interesting way to put it, is that she's like a React YouTuber, although a very high effort React YouTuber to research papers, which has is its advantages, right? It is a very nice way to be able to interface with complex ideas. So why is this good? And I'm just going to go ahead because chat, you did a really good job analyzing her content. So here are some benefits. You're able to disguise that complexity, right? She's throwing very high level research at you, but it doesn't feel that way because you're in the pit with her. She is crashing out and you are crashing out alongside her, and that's relatable and fun. And it makes the content feel very warm, right? And it gives the content more joy. It is joyous, right? Just like TierZoo, as I said, there's a joy in playing the game. Although Octopus Lady, there's less of a game. There's not really a game to play. It's more like being in the same room with somebody who is info dumping on you, but they're having a great time doing it and you love listening to it, right? It gives you a large surface area for personal connection with the work, right? So if you imagine a lecture, you're not going to feel personally attached to the lecture at all. But with Octopus Lady, because her personality is so fun, there's a lot of space for you to relate to that kind of content. So I don't mean to say that she is any less professional or any less academic or less qualified than a stuffy, professor to do this SciComm, right? It just makes the ability for her to deliver high complexity information more accessible for people without simplifying it to nothing. So a lot of comments that I get on stream is like bemoaning the fact that all these SciComm, and I also don't like this because people will give me a compliment, but then it'll be backhanded to another creator, which I really, really don't like. Don't do that in my chat, right? So I've seen multiple comments, including comments that I will show later on the stream that have made me pretty mad. People have go like, "Fi, you're awesome. Your content is really good and really challenging, and you don't simplify, and you respect our intelligence." The thing is that it's different goals, right? If a channel wants to be for everybody, they're going to simplify things. Octopus Lady has found a way to hack the system where she's not simplifying things, but it feels simple, and that is masterful. That is masterful, right? That is not easy to do. Okay. This is in contrast to me. Am I stupid? I position myself above the audience all the time. I was just praising Octopus Lady for her lateral relationship with the audience. Why might I choose to elevate myself above the audience? Am I snobby? Am I insecure? If you watch my videos, I typically display, the audience surrogate in my videos. I often display either as crying babies or progenitor cells. I am implying that I am better than you. Why do I do that? I just said that when Octopus Lady does the lateral connection to her audience, it's great. But why do I sit in my Schlounger throne, lording above the biology peasants in a very deliberate way? Why do I do this? Phi craves the power. First live, welcome, Cass. Welcome. Iridio says different goals. Yeah, different goals. What is my goal? Can anybody tell? When I lord over you in my, I constantly talk about my education. I constantly am so full of myself. I went to a very top prestigious graduate school for molecular biology. I taught at an incredible world-renowned institution. I'm always talking up my achievements. Some people are going to view that as absolute snobbery, absolute self-congratulatory, patting myself on the back. I'm so full of myself. There are other creators on this platform that do similar things, if you know, right? My dad works at Blizzard. It is generally not a good idea to do that, but why do I do it anyway? Comedic effect? Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. I'm gonna be honest. It's pretty funny to call the audience little crying babies, but that's not the primary purpose. I can assure you that. I don't think you do it that much. There's a lot more higher positioned YouTubers than you. I think that I think the effect is that you don't feel like I'm putting myself above you, but I know consciously that I am, and there's a reason for that. You have the vibe of a tired PhD student that still gets excited if you ask about their interests. That's closer to lateral, I think. I think that's fair. I never reached professor status or postdoc status even. So I still have that like dog in me where I don't feel comfortable actually representing myself as that much above my audience. It gives me the old man who has seen it all telling the youngsters a story about, yeah, okay. I think it's poking fun at the teacher-student relationship. Yeah. It would be crazy if I sincerely thought of my audience as sniveling, snot-nosed babies, right? I do it because I'm sure my audience knows that I'm being funny about it, right? Because some of the topics can result in a lot of contention, like evolution, or maybe that's just the way you've been influenced to portray yourself. No, this is pretty deliberate. I do this on purpose. This is like directed in terms of like, I think this is a good idea and I believe this is having the effect that I want it to have. You are the bourgeoisie. Yes, the biology bourgeoisie. It is because we are uneducated heathens. Uneducated, yeah, in what I am trying to teach you. A lot of the time that's true. Heathens, not so much. Snobbery, never felt like that. Probably I'm too used to the ideas that I don't know. I expect my very knowledgeable people to have vertical communication. Yeah, so I think it's interesting because I do this on purpose, but it doesn't have that effect. And I think it's because of the humor behind the situation. So let me reveal sort of the reason why I'm doing this, right? And you can tell me if this is the effect that it has on you, right? You can tell me if what I'm doing is succeeding, because it doesn't feel like a power differential to you, which is good to me, because I don't actually want you to think of me as a professor. But I'm wondering if when I tell this to you that it'll go, something in your brain will go, oh, that's why he does it. And if it doesn't, that's interesting feedback for me. Okay, so why do I do this? I don't know if I'm actually successful in this goal, but my intent is to express affection for those just starting off on the journey. Okay, so that could be students, that could be people who have no idea about biology. My representation of the audience members as crying babies is relational. In the context of the videos, I hope it's obvious that I was also a crying baby. Which is why I know when to pull up the crying baby graphic. So every time I pull up the citric acid cycle, I put up a crying baby because I remember being that crying baby, right? My content is very high level. It is barely simplified. It is, yeah, I'm not using exactly the language that a graduate student would use or a postdoc would use, but the amount and complexity of that information is so hard if you were to read it from the paper but I don't want to simplify it for you. I want to take the scary language out and patiently hold your hand through the muddy waters, right? I don't do that many cutaways. The whole script is supposed to flow like a lecture. Yeah. It's supposed to flow like a lecture. And I am asking you to get on my level. I'm challenging you. I am calling you a crying baby because it is complicated. But I think that when you realize that you can understand, that you will feel smarter and stronger, That is the reason why I do this. Yeah. So you can tell me if that is how you see this relationship of ours, this parasocial content creator audience relationship that we have. Do you get why I do this? And does that work for you? I think the way you do it feels more like an invitation to learn more. And again, I will say we're not talking negatively about other content creators in my space. There's just no reason to. Right? So I'm not going to finish reading that comment. But yeah, we will lift ourselves by our baby bootstraps. That's the vibe, right? That's what I want this to be like, because I am choosing to teach you stuff that I struggle with. Because if you read through, my works cited lists, I upload every works cited list. I read a lot. I read a lot. I edit a lot. I doubt my videos a lot. I re-edit the videos a lot. I agonize over whether or not I have conveyed an idea accurately and effectively, because the content is really hard. And then you, as this sniveling, crying baby, even though I am mama birding the food to you, if you understand what it is that I am feeding you, that's an incredible achievement. It is incredible because this content is very hard. And, that's why when YouTube critics do a a shoddy, sloppy video essay where they say things are good and bad because of certain things, they're not looking at the art and the effect. Do you get it? Like, Octopus Lady and I are doing opposite things. We are doing opposite things with regards to how we position ourselves to our audience. She is putting herself on your level so that it's not scary. I'm putting you below me so that it is scary. But when you step up to my level, you're going to feel great. You're going to feel really, really smart. That's the intent. It is, as someone said it earlier, it's like paternal instinct, right? Right. Again, don't get parasocial with me. But the idea is that I am telling you that the final boss is scary. And then when you beat the final boss, you're going to feel achieved. That you have achieved something meaningful. So it is intentional. And I hope that's how that comes across. Or maybe now that that's how I'm thinking about it, maybe the videos are a little different. So you're saying you're the Dark Souls of SciComm. Honestly, TierZoo, you are kind of my final boss, if I'm being quite honest. Not in the sense where I need to slay you, but I think that if I can make my way up to be on your level with regards to being able to make YouTube my job, I think I am very hesitant to ever give myself a W, because I believe YouTube is a form for me of self-cultivation, like Kung Fu. I've said this multiple times on streams. So like this practice of improving every day. And so it's the only way to stay sane in an environment where numbers can mean a lot. But like, dude, TierZoo, if I slay you, in parentheses, affectionate, very affectionately, if I can slay you, if I could ever be considered, if I could be the TierZoo for somebody else, I think I would take that W. Yeah. Is that embarrassing to say? Is that Chunibyo? I'm a very sincere person, and I do think of all of these things about art in a very romantic perspective, right? I'm afraid I may have scared TierZoo off, but I think if somebody were to consider me to be their final boss, I would be so flattered. That's the only reason why, TierZoo, I say it that way. That it is you are my final boss, affectionate, right? It's not meant to be like, oh, I'm gonna take you down. It's not meant to be like a aggressive thing to say. It's just you are my senpai, right? And there's a kind of final boss. Yeah. If I could be somebody that is like that for somebody, I will have that would be very meaningful to me, apart from numbers, right? Yeah. But I can be your final boss for biology, right? I think that's coming up sooner. That not SciComm in general, but if you want to get into graduate level biology, I think I can be your final boss there. Because the thing is, there's a very sad thing that I thought about the other day, is that, TierZoo, if you're still in chat, you might feel sort of similarly that the very nature of educational content, especially when you are pigeonholed into one subject, is that you will likely not have lifelong dedicated fans, and I've not been around enough to know whether or not that's true, but from my perspective, some of you little sniveling snot-nosed crybaby researchers are going to get to graduate level, are going to surpass my level of education, and then I don't know why you would continue to watch me. And that's very sad, because it's sad to watch your little sniveling snot-nosed research babies leave the coop. But if you do a good enough job, and this is not everybody, right? Because some of you are not biologists at all and are here for all the crazy things that I can show you. But there's a little sadness that I feel with knowing that, my channel's been around for 3 years. If you watched me when you started school, you are going, undergraduate, you are going to rapidly approach a point where you don't need me anymore. And to me, that's very sad. I'm actually getting a little emotional thinking about it. Because I do consider myself to be so privileged in the sense where, I lost my academic position. So I no longer get to have this personal relationship with my real students. To see them get, biotech jobs, become doctors or whatever. But I'm privileged in the sense where on YouTube, I can talk to 2.5 classrooms worth of people. And some of you will not be here next time I talk about an interesting thing because it will no longer be interesting to you. Some of you will become immunologists and you'll look back at my channel and go, the way that Phi covers neutrophils, man, it's just, he's leaving a lot out. It's actually a lot more complicated than that. And, that's okay. Right. And I have to be okay with that. And there are a lot of people who will come out of the, and there's a comment I got on Bilibili that, there's a person who re-uploaded my whole channel on Bilibili for the Chinese speaking audience who wouldn't be on YouTube anyway. And there was a Chinese comment that I had read that was so funny because it's exactly this kind of comment. It's, Ebola is not that special. Every virus has an anti-immune function. So the things that Phi is saying here is they're actually not that interesting. And I'm like, okay, I accept that. If you are a virologist, if you're a seasoned virology pro, yeah, you might think Ebola is boring because you know every virus in the book. And eventually some of my viewers will graduate to become virologists and they might never return. And to me, that journey is something that is very meaningful. And I think by positioning myself as somebody to be overcome, I hope that when you realize you are smarter than me, that you will have accomplished something big. You might not need that affirmation from me. When you get your PhD, you will already have made it further than me in my academic career. But I hope that there's an additional confidence boost you can get by understanding I have surpassed Phi the neutrophil. I am better than him in my thinking. And as long as you don't leave mean comments saying my stuff is very easy, all the more power to you, as a person who would be considering science communication as a job, you're pretty inspirational in that your approach to science, just not externally through facts, but internally too. Yeah, because I think there's so much depth to this kind of stuff that, there's 1,000 billion video essays on every piece of media, but not a lot about science communication. And I hope, if there are people out there who want to become YouTubers, who want to do video essays, maybe do a video essay on SciComm people, because there is so much depth in here. You can take everything from my stuff and make your career out of this, because I have no interest in making science communication analysis my bread and butter. So you can take a lot of inspiration from what I'm saying here. But I just think if I teach you how to love this, it'll just be more meaningful for everybody involved. Internally, as in how science progresses and how different cliques form through different beliefs. Yeah, epistemologically, there is a problem, right? Science is not one monolith. People disagree. There's not the science. That's what I said in that video. There are scientists who say different things, and you have to take a gamble every time you trust different people. Yep, I'm very familiar with this phenomenon. I'm guessing you are, man. I'm guessing you are very familiar with the feeling of, people have outgrown my content, and sometimes they can be kind of mean about it. But it's evidence that something good has happened, and that something good is that people have learned beyond what you are capable of doing, and that's a nice thing. It's a very nice thing. Maybe once you exhaust your knowledge, you can cover all your material again with a different style. I don't believe I will ever have this problem. Research in biology will, I believe I will die before I run out of things to cover. Not just Phi the neutrophil as one neutrophil whose lifespan is 24 hours, but Phi the neutrophil's whole entire, cell culture line, my permanent end. I will die before I finish talking about biology. Yeah. I think I'll be stuck at the baby noob stage as I'm not a biologist, and that's wonderful. It would be my honor to show you my world and to have you be excited over the same things that I'm excited about. Yeah. Such comments reek of I am so much above that. The way that I've dealt with hate comments that are like that is like, this person needs a W so bad. Like, they're not getting love in their normal life. They need this W for their self-esteem. So you just let them have them. That's why I don't engage with hate comments, because some hate comments are justified. Some of them are critiques of how I cover things and how I could have done a better job. And I do acknowledge those, and I do incorporate some of that feedback into how I do things. But when comments are just mean, it's like, damn, like, you needed to be mean to me to feel good today, didn't you? It's really sad. I love you, Fi. I want to study immunology because of you. That's awesome. Immunology is great. Immunology is great. I'm in a different subfield, so I'll show up for basics of an adjacent sub-discipline. I'm happy to be able to provide that. Yeah, I can see that, but I just get some confidence in understanding what you're trying to teach us because I'm not a science student. It's a part of the journey, you know? Same philosophy on my end. I want more than anything that progression where someone gets interested in mole bio because of one of my videos, but gradually becomes frustrated with how I simplify things. Yes, that's the goal. That's the goal. Instead of leaving a mean comment, I wish people would just say, hey, I just got accepted to my PhD, or I just started a lab because of you. Like, you don't have to be like, your content's easy mode. Like, I get it. Like, when you get to a certain point, my content will be easy mode. You are wiser than I to not engage with hate comments. I get so salty and end up making things worse. You can't see things through your perspective, TierZoo, because you have the magnitude of stuff that you experience is so much greater than I can even imagine, right? Like, I am so egocentric that I do ego search myself like every day. I just type into it, just like, who's talking about me? Find the neutrophil. And not a lot of people are talking about me. It's like a completely different ball game when you are transitioning between being a small creator and a large creator, where people no longer treat you as an individual, right? They treat you as an institution, right? And I'm sure, you can disagree with me or not, TierZoo, but when I think of you as a creator, like, there's like a peer, even though you're my senpai, there is more of a peer relationship because I have gone through similar things than what you have gone through, but not to the magnitude that you have. But after a certain point, people stop caring about your feelings because they assume that because you are big, you automatically have a team, you automatically are this force, this representative, and then you lose out on the kind of small channel, homegrown organic kind of feeling that a small audience will allow you to have. Because once you start having big audiences, then you're, this is another way that I conceptualize this, TierZoo, and I'm wondering how you feel about this, because I'm being very honest, because I think it's an interesting idea. But like, when you get your size, TierZoo, it feels like you're like a whale fall. So for those of you who don't know, a whale fall is what happens when a whale dies and descends to the bottom of the ocean. And from that rotting corpse, there are communities of microbes, of organisms that feast on that corpse. So even though the whale dying is tragic, there is new life that can be born from the dying corpse of a whale. And I'm not saying that TierZoo is a dying whale. What I'm saying is that you are so big that there are communities that spawn from feasting on your corpse. And I don't know what that's like, because if somebody makes a video essay, fire the neutrophil just sucks, whatever. Oh, rabies doesn't actually have a 100% fatality rate. This is all the things that fine neutrophil has gotten wrong. This is all the screw ups, right? I don't have people who are waiting to eat my corpse like that. So I don't think it's wisdom, because I have never had people fiending to eat my body. So give yourself some credit, man. Like, it's different. It's different between you and I. Although, again, with the dragon slaying, I hope it won't be different for too long. Yeah. I thankfully don't think it has gotten quite that bad for me yet, but I know many creators who have gotten an entire genre of videos that are just critiquing and hating on them. Yeah, because of this like echo chamber mentality of like, I'm gonna say this is bad, and everybody who feels similarly is going to look at me for validation, and then it's like that's like a scary like place to be. It's like is bad, but that's why like I am so hope pilled. I am so like hope core, optimist, delusional, self delusional, right? I have like a delusional self worth where I think I'm going to be TierZoo level at some point in my career, right? It's not rational. I don't have data that suggests I will, but I just feel like it'll happen. And the hope core is that if there is this groundswell and interest, right? Because there has to be interest. If there's interest in engaging in art in a deeper level than just this is bad, and then you can potentially start to break up these echo chambers of hate where, would people really make a video essay, hate, or like a community or like a hate train on you if they took the time to be like, why am I negatively reacting to this? Is it the art or is it me? Is there a unique place where it is the art that is objectively or ethically immoral? Or am I reacting negatively to it because of the way that I interface with this particular piece of art? It's like if people were a lot more thoughtful before they started spewing garbage online, I think the internet would be a happier place. And I know it's like delusional to think that that will happen, but something to know about me as a person, as a creator, is that I am that delusional. I am that delusional, but it has to be interesting, right? There have to be video essays about learning to love, like 12 Tone does. Learning to love is so much of a happier mentality than learning to hate, which is what these like takedown videos are all about. But the problem is that hate gives you that like spicy dopamine kick, and love is a more vulnerable, slow burn. It's interesting. Okay, this is the feeling that I want my audience to have when I call them little babies, right? I want to pass the torch, and this image is very powerful for me, right? The My Hero Academia. Next, it's your turn. And I think this expression is one that is complicated because All Might in this is facing away. His face is in shadow. And I think that's very deliberate, right? Because if it were a pure, like, I want my students to, do better than me, he would not be facing away. I think the reason why All Might is posed in this particular way with shadow above his face is that All Might is hiding a level of bitterness, a level of sadness, a level of vulnerability, where he is passing the torch despite not being fully ready to pass that torch, right? And I feel that, like, the students amongst you who are destined to become more than me, I'm always going to have a little chip on my shoulder for not completing my PhD. I don't think I will ever get over the failure of not finishing. The failure as a researcher, right? It's not a failure as a content creator, it's failure as a researcher. But I think this is a very powerful emotion, right? It is symbolic. It is deep, right? Some of you in chat will fail, and some of you will be more than me, at least in the research world. And some of you will be more than me in the content creation world too, if I get big enough, right? And it's very powerful. It's a very powerful feeling, I think. Oh wow! I just had this here. I forgot that I even had it because I guess I blew the I like to slay dragons bit a bit early, right? I wish to slay dragons and I wish to be slain, right? I would have considered it a W if in 5 years from now I have a comment that's I used to like Find the Neutrophil, but I think this stuff is too simple, right? Yeah. So yeah, and I already said this stuff earlier because I had brought it up earlier. So let's continue. Let's continue. So what can I learn from Office Lady? OL. What can I learn from Octopus Lady? Uh, uh, I've said it multiple times, but she's so freaking charming and funny that I have to look at myself and just be like, damn, I wish I were that charming and funny. That's not like a put down to myself. I don't think that I would be better of a human. I just want her charm. I want the amount of riz she has, right? I've been told at various stages of my life, usually around graduation, that I am hard to approach and intimidating. I don't have a lot of like natural warmth, right? It's like literally every graduation I've ever been to, elementary, middle, undergrad, grad, there's always somebody who comes up to me like as we're getting our diploma and was like, hey, I thought you would be like fun to talk to, but like I was just so afraid of you. Okay, goodbye forever now. I'm like, oh, what's the point of telling me? What's the point of telling me? But I think there is a point of telling me. It's that like I now know that I can be cold, not on purpose, right? And so I don't think I have like resting neutrophil face, right? I think it's because I don't do the things that people expect to provide them comfort, which is, I think it's because I'm in my head a lot, right? I don't have the awareness to be warm to people. And I am somewhat jealous of anybody's ability to give people the sense of warmth. Makes you a very likable person, whereas I think I'm more of an acquired taste. I've been at parties where it's like, if you're not interested in my current fixation, we're not going to be able to have like an interesting conversation. Or if you don't have a fixation of some kind, we're not going to be able to like talk. In parties where it's like, what did you do in the summer? Or how was your trip to Barcelona? Like I find myself I'm like screwed in those situations because I'm like, it's such a cliche to be like, I don't do small talk, but it's like, I want to get to a point in our friendship where I can interrogate you and learn more about myself by interrogating you. That is my love language. And not everybody wants that love language. I'm using love language very loosely. I get that that's not like a real thing. Don't at me. Don't at me. Yeah. I don't know if you'll see this, but I want your opinion. There's another side of haters, a phenomenon called cytogenesis. My med school teacher talks about this before. There's a phenomenon where a content creator who's knowledgeable but not an expert makes a mistake, and then people cite it as fact. Then this leads to issue where people believe them more than actual experts. Yeah, it's a big responsibility that content creators have to get things as right as possible, but also it's like a two-way street, right? There's a content creator, there's also the audience. As long as the content creator is very careful with citation, with hedging on certainty, is fine. And then you, as the audience member, need to be responsible with that information. Otherwise, nothing will ever get done. If content creators had to be careful about, like, if content creators had to be deathly afraid of getting something wrong, there would be no content about SciComm. So there has to be a two-way relationship. The content creator needs to be responsible. The audience member also needs to be responsible. Yeah. Okay, so, it's no surprise. I have an academic tone, and my academic tone is a natural emergence of that coldness. You can look at my before 5 videos. If you're a member on my channel, you can get access to those videos where you can see what I was like before doing this style of content. And there's not a lot of warmth in my tone. There's a little bit, right? Like me considering you as my sniveling child, little piss baby, academic, whatever. There's a lot of warmth in that portrayal. At least I intend for that to be so. But as a consequence of me being obsessed with communication from a very young age, I've adopted a very academic tone to my voice, right? I don't have a lot of natural warmth. And when I try to be warm, when I actively direct my style to be warm, those videos are terrible. You can watch them if you're a member, if you're a T-cell or higher member. It sounds so inauthentic to me. It sounds so forced. Even that TierZoo parody I made is like very forced because I'm trying to be funny. And that doesn't work. If you have to try to be funny, then you're not being authentically funny, and then it's just not going to be sustainable, you know? For what it's worth, I think you do show a love for science in your content, which I think is a big part of Octopus Lady's charm. I do show love for the content. It's more about showing love for people that I think I'm not obviously as good at, you know? You are warm in the way you talk to good teachers. It's a good academic tone. You just need to be nerdy enough to be warm, to feel the warmth. Yeah, it's like I'm not generally warm. Not everybody who watches me is going to perceive a warmth, right? But Octopus Lady, there's a warmth to her that I think is very accessible. Most people, I think, when they watch her, they're going to think she's a warm person. I'm not going to be that, though. Some people are going to look at me and they think that this is some snob, this is an ivory tower kind of guy, which I can tell that in my voice, in my accent, the way I choose my words, I understand that that's how it can come across. But I think that, you know, that's just a feature of humanity being very, very varied, you know. Don't underestimate your charm. It's a specific charm. I would say I'm case selected if Octopus Lady is R selection. If I'm case selected, being very niche, Octopus Lady is like more R selected, like more general warmth. I have a very specific warmth. I'm talking directly to nerds who are watching me anyway. Okay, Clockwork time. I don't know if you're still around, but it's finally Clockwork time. It's finally time to talk about my peer, my closest peer, Clockwork. By closest, I mean not only like do I talk to Clockwork pretty often as a peer of mine, but also in terms of the type of content we do, we are very similar, but also very different, which I think is very interesting, you know? So you know Clockwork, you love Clockwork. We've had collaboration before. He shows up in chat quite often. Blender Chad, rendering biochemistry. That's how I would describe Clockwork. If you don't know who Clockwork is and you are watching me, what are you doing? Go subscribe to him. He's had public and academic recognition for pushing the boundaries of SciComm animation, and it's incredibly talented and is like, if I had to pick a public face for molecular biology, I wouldn't actually pick myself. I would actually pick Clockwork because his style is such a good representation for a lot of people. I think I'm a little too niche to be the face of molecular biology. So this is literally peer review. Yeah, exactly. So what is the effect of Clockwork? Okay, if TierZoo is fun, you know, I describe TierZoo's effect as being very fun. Octopus Lady is charm. What is Clockwork? Clockwork is awe. Okay, Clockwork is awe. The feeling that you get when you're looking out into the Grand Canyon, okay? So he's rendering these molecular assemblies, and he's rendering them accurately. I actually know for a fact that Clockwork agonizes over making sure he doesn't repeat the same mistakes as other biochemistry animators do. He's actually sent me a paper on a treatise on how to properly render biology, because he cares that much at getting things right. Watching Clockwork makes me want to get better at Blender. What did I say? When he does Blender, it's an art form. You know, it is not. It is so beautiful the way he does molecular biology, and that is very different than how I cover stuff. You know. I don't know if Clockwork is like in chat. I'm just gonna snip that comment from TierZoo and shoot him a message on Discord. Let me just do that because I don't know if he's still in chat, but let me just do that real quick, right? And he also taught me Blender, right? Okay, he just came off mute. So he also taught me Blender, and I think that my videos have benefited massively from that, because before I was downloading models from Protein Data Bank and they would glitch out like crazy when rendered in Premiere Pro. Yeah, like I got accused for using AI because my molecules were jittering, and I was like, I'm not. I hate AI. I would never use AI for this stuff. The reason why it's jittering and looks like AI is because I don't know how to do Blender. So Clockwork and his infinite patience, and it was so open to every like, oh, Clockwork, why isn't it rendering? Why is the camera moving and the molecule not moving? Why is the molecule moving? Why is it taking 18 years to render a 5-second animation? Like, I did the stupid donut tutorial, the 12-hour donut tutorial, and it taught me nothing about how to actually use Blender for this particular application. So, yeah, so thank you, Clockwork, as my peer and my friend. Content creation is a lot more fun when you have friends who are doing it alongside you. Blender hard. I'm paying forward all the help I got from Brady Johnson. Yeah, Brady is also a huge figure in the field of biology animation because Brady built the software that Clockwork uses, built the tools, the brushes, metaphorical brushes that Clockwork uses to illustrate these incredibly beautiful visuals. So without Brady, we'd be a little out of luck. I learned Blender from RuneScape. Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, when I did my parody of TierZoo, my tuberculosis video, I felt like such a freaking fraud, dude. I like video games. Don't get me wrong. I grew up playing StarCraft and Warcraft, these grindy games. I played a lot of RTS games. I played my fair share of RPGs. I got really into deck builders. I got into Dota and League for a while. Like, I would argue that I'm a bit of a gamer myself, dude. But I could not make a channel based off of it because TierZoo is so deeply RuneScape pilled. So deeply RuneScape pilled. Hey, Toxo, welcome. Welcome. Okay, so where does the awe come from? The effect of awe. Right? It comes from understanding something very complex. That's how I would describe it. And it allows you to, marvel at the natural world. So why do I have these images on screen? Right? I'm saying Clockwork's videos are like combining the appeal of actually knowing how an engine works, not being taught, because learning is hard and sometimes very unpleasant. But if you just like downloaded the way an engine works in your brain, I bet you would be amazed. The cylinders, the gas pressure chambers, how that is converted into work. It's combining the awe of understanding something very hard and having it demystified for you with looking out into the Grand Canyon, with looking out into Yellowstone, right? That's the feeling I get when I watch a Clockwork video. And do you see why I'm using these particular words? Because it's one thing to say, oh, this is fun. Or it's one thing to say that, oh, this is funny. Or, oh, yeah, this is a good SciComm person because they're interesting. No, we need to pick better words because all of the SciComm people I'm talking about today are interesting. That's not enough, right? But I would say that there's less awe. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think every SciComm person does awe well. But I think with Clockwork, it is the primary artistic attribute because of how gorgeous these renders are. Okay. So what does this effect have? Okay. How does this convert into an engaging piece of content? Now, I'm not talking about YouTube success because I'm not TierZoo. I don't have the secrets to YouTube success. I can only judge from an artistic perspective. And the reason why I think Clockwork videos are engaging is because the visuals are so gorgeous and the topics are so challenging. The thing is as a biology student myself, you don't have, when I was growing up, I didn't have Clockwork, right? I didn't have Clockwork. When you're learning from a slide, you see, kinesin in the cocked position and then kinesin in the power stroke position. You don't take that out of context. You have to kind of imagine in your head what that motor looks like. There is that Harvard animation, which is very famous, but a lot of stuff in biology is you read the stuff and you have to imagine it in your head. And, if you're a good biology student, that's enough, but it's not always fun. And you might miss a couple of things. As I said repeatedly, people think apoptosis is a pop, like the cell blows up, but it doesn't. That's why I call it apoptosis, because it's like a disintegration of sorts. And when you read about cell death, it's very easy to get the ideas wrong in your head. A lot of people think apoptosis is popping. It's not. The beauty of a Clockwork video is that it takes a lot of the guesswork out. Not to say that even Clockwork himself has a 100% idea of what is going on, because there's only there's a finite amount of resolution that scientists even have, but Clockwork will provide you the most accurate, as best as Clockwork can provide you the most accurate, up-to-date understanding of how these molecules are interacting and converting, biochemistry into something that is accessible, which for me is the line between why I wanted to do research in biology versus going into medicine, right? The first thought that I had when I thought, in sophomore year in graduate stem cell school, not graduate, in undergraduate stem cell school, I thought I could see myself being a researcher. It was the moment I learned how kinesin worked at a deeper level than the Harvard video where it's walking on the microtubules. When I learned about the power stroke, when I learned how ATP is hydrolyzed in order to move the motor proteins to get the protein to step, when you learn kinesin at that level, you really begin to see life as something I'm sure Clockwork has deliberately named his channel after, the fact that life is built on these nano machines that work like clockwork. Right? When you take something as mysterious as life and break it down to something that you can understand, and that something that you can understand is just a bunch of molecules moving, that's a very powerful learning experience. And that's the powerful learning experience that I needed to first have the thought that maybe I would be happier dedicating my life to biology research rather than treating patients, because of awe, right? Awe. The awe of the matter. That is what I think. How do you have the time to do all this and make your well-produced videos as well? I never stop working. After this, I will go back to video editing. I took a little bit of a break in the last week. I reduced my workload to have fun with these streams because I felt like I was burning out on the video editing side. But doing these actually helps me work harder because this is my art, right? My videos are my craft where I'm trying to make something appealing for the algorithm. But streaming is my true to my soul art, because I don't have to market this to you, right? You are my audience. You come here because you are interested in what I'm talking about and you're interested in me. And therefore I'm not pressured into creating a crafted thing to better fit the algorithm, which is stressful. Here I get to purely yap. I don't have to care about whether or not you are receiving this well, because I trust that you will receive it well because you're showing up to my stream. If you didn't like me, you would just not watch me, right? So I get to do, the reason why I can work so hard is because I can release the stress valve a little bit by streaming in this format to better get out these thoughts that roll out in my head. But thank you for the compliments. Clockwork visuals are like, aw. 5 visuals are like, aw, that's fun. Octopus Lady visuals are like, aw or ew. That's so true. That's very true. I think to put it more simply, these different channels pretty much have different persuasive styles to education and which creator focuses on which aspect. Exactly. That's why you can't be like, oh, because TierZoo is more fun than Phi, TierZoo is better. That's too simple. You have to take the art as a whole for the effect it has versus, because if I were a slop video essayist, I would be like, Clockwork is more awesome than Phi, and that's why Clockwork is better than Phi. When the better video essay would be like, why does Clockwork work? Why does Phi work? These are the reasons why. A lot of chat here, which is awesome. I love talking about art and stuff like this because, again, I have the soul of a humanities person. For me, the entire channel is just me chasing the high of learning the hemoglobin binding curve and seeing how all the pieces of biology, chemistry, and physics come together to make a life. Yeah, when you realize that life is clockwork, that these are things that we actually do understand, it's like addicting. Like you want to know more. You have more and more questions, which is why I don't think I will ever run out of content, because there's always some deeper question to ask. Yeah. Okay. The other thing that I like about Clockwork is your lens flare transition. Every time Clockwork does this lens flare transition, you know what I mean? This one in the bottom, this bottom panel, I'm like, that's tasty. That's a tasty transition. Clockwork has a very good eye for aesthetics, while my style is a bit more ramshackle, but I think that's okay. I think we've emerged to appeal to a different artistic sensibility. I have to take a break. I hope I can return in time. If not, love you, Fi. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. So I actually analyzed Clockwork's stuff before, so I'm not going to repeat everything I already said, but the main insight that I gained from my previous stream, where I walked through the principles of science communication and technical writing, I think the main insight I got was that we have the same information density. Clockwork and I make very information dense content. We're aiming very high, because you need, if you were to read our papers, you would need a graduate level of understanding of biology. That's why I think of the complexity of content to be different than the presentation complexity, right? Content complexity and presentation complexity are two different things. So Clockwork and I were peers because we're both actually working very well together to convey the same level of, you need a biology degree to understand this. To sneak that complexity by you, we have different approaches, right? Clockwork has an information dense visual, right? There's a lot of learning that you have to do looking at a Clockwork video. You need to watch it. But he explains it in a low complexity script. His script is very simple. He's not saying a lot in the script. He's helping you understand what's happening on screen. And for that, you don't need as many words as I do. My visuals are very light. Well, that's part of an emergent function of me not knowing how to do Blender very well, not knowing how to animate very well, being a poor drawer. I don't have the tools to make more compelling visuals, so my script has to be very complex. But I'm not doing it on purpose, right? I don't make my script more complex because of my bad visuals. My script is complex because I prefer, my emergent style is one of loquaciousness, whatever the fancy term is for, I use a lot of words. But because the words are complex, the visuals are meant to make the words easier to understand. So we're both coming at it from a different perspective, which I think is very, very interesting. And if you have a preference, that preference is going to be a style thing, right? You can't say one is better than the other. I think we're both great. I am allowed to say that because I think I'm great, and I think Clockwork is just as great as me. So that's why, good, bad, art, can't really say much about it, but I think if you break it down, this is what I mean by good and bad is useless. This is more interesting. This is a matter of effectiveness, right? If you have complicated visuals and complicated words, you're essentially attending a lecture, which is not what I'm here on YouTube to do, It warms my heart in a very personal and specific way to see a STEM guy be so warm to the arts and the value they bring. Thank you so much for being one of those STEM guys. I am happy to provide that for you. Too many of my peers are very icy to the humanities. I think because, genuinely, I've had therapy and become more in touch with my emotions, and being in touch with your emotions is going to be good if you want to get more out of an artistic experience. Okay, here's an interesting addition. So before, this is stuff I've covered before. This is the new bit of Clockwork analysis that I'm pointing at a very specific video. This is a video on, this is his video on myosin, muscle, right? The molecules of the muscle. This is my favorite frame of the whole video, right? When compared to humans, cells are microscopic. Zooming in on something we usually define to be miniature and depicting it as grand provides some interesting artistic contrast. Clockwork could have just picked one of these threads to explore in great detail, but there's a different artistic effect when you have this generated repeating pattern, because all of a sudden we're looking at these muscle fibers, but they're huge. They look huge on screen. And there's a wonderful little tasty little bit of irony that you get when you chew on the fact that despite looking so impressive, so grand, so overwhelming, you know, if this were a building, it would be like, I don't know, the Burj, you know, it would be intimidating. And there's a little delicious bit of irony that you can taste that lends to the sense of awe. The fact that this is so tiny inside of your cell is a situational, delicious little irony, and I love that. It's a great video. You should definitely go watch it. Do you think the high complexity of the subjects is an alienating factor? Like, I would have all by means expected a bigger following for a channel like yours. That's why I'm purposefully cultivating a case-selected audience. I'm not interested in the same audience as TierZoo, for example, who's here for a good time. I'm here to make you to jam your nose in the most complex biology topics I can think of. And that's not, again, the whole thing is that one approach is not better than the other. Because in order for somebody to learn to love me, they might first have to learn to love TierZoo. I don't think that I could be where I am without people making biology accessible, because mine, like, TierZoo is making general biology accessible. I'm making graduate level biology more accessible, but it will never be totally accessible because you have to do work to enjoy my content. And that's always going to make me have a lower ceiling. And that's why I rely on membership a lot, you know, Patreon, YouTube membership, because this content is not that algorithmically friendly. And I'm really hoping that over time, Patreon, YouTube membership, an investment from the audience will allow me to live like this true artist life where I'm creating for the people who love me the most, right? But until then, it's still a little shaky, you know? A quick caveat, this muscle animation is only possible because of an incredible lab at Max Planck. They got a full map of this entire region of the sarcomere. That's awesome. Like, the scene is just a deconstructed cryo-EM map. I rebuilt a paper using like 8th grade map and a box of scraps. The science has gotten so powerful in the last 5 years. The thing is that you have the expertise to actually do that, you know? That's very unique. So, you know, it doesn't really have to be said out loud, you know. This frame is awesome, right? If we think about the definition of awe, this is an awesome frame. Okay, which brings me to presence of author. This is a really interesting reason why you have to take art in its full form and not just in its pieces. You know, you don't want to be the slop video essayist who goes, this series is bad because this is flawed. It's happened a lot, right? This one thing about the show is bad, ergo the show is bad. Like, if I were to say, are my visuals a flaw? Well, they're not as complex. They're not as well produced as Clockwork's visuals. That's why I don't like saying good or bad. What is the effect of these, right? Our packages, our full effects are coherent, right? Oh, yeah, I have a Patreon. Yeah, you can, if you click on my channel, go to my homepage, the Patreon will be linked there. Thank you so much if you want to support me on Patreon. If you like streams, I would recommend YouTube over Patreon. Patreon gives me more money, but YouTube allows you to have the badge, allows you to have the emojis. Yeah. Interesting response that you want this cultivated audience. I'm not working in biology, but computer science, yet I still love your videos. I don't mean to say that this is for biology students, even though I have those students in mind. Biology students and people who are so interested in life that they are willing to work as hard as biology students. That's the intended audience. If you're willing to work to enjoy my content, you are my audience. But yeah, that means there's a barrier, there's a fee. And that fee is your attention and potentially you being confused at different points in the video. If you're okay with that, and you're okay with rewatching certain parts to get the full effect, that's the audience I would want to cultivate, you know? That would have been a good option, Hero. I don't have that command set up right now, unfortunately. But you can just Google Find the Neutrophil Patreon, and it's the only result that you'll get from there. So what I mean by you have to take it for its entirety. If we arbitrarily say that Clockwork's visuals are better than mine, you have to ask yourself, would my channel be better with Clockwork's visuals? And the answer is no. His visuals don't work for me, because could you imagine me trying to crack jokes over his visuals? It would be such a jarring tonal change for me to be doing that, right? And at the same time, like, could you imagine Clockwork trying to describe my visuals? It just wouldn't work, because you cannot faithfully deconstruct and reassemble a better piece just by mindlessly mixing and matching different components. You need an articulate, driven, artistic reason and vision for doing all of these things in an effective way. You can't just say Fi's visuals are worse. If you had Clockwork's visual, it would be better. That's so silly, right? It's such a huge distinction. I wish I had the competence and the science to crack jokes in my videos. Jokes come from a deep wellspring of expertise. I lean in awe to hide my academic shortfall. That's what I mean by, like, style is emergent, right? I rely more on my storytelling because I can't do what you do. It comes from both ways, right? We both have weaknesses, but those weaknesses actually shape the art that we are able to do. And that's really meaningful, you know? That's really meaningful. You can if you crack jokes like Vsauce. Vsauce is coming up, dude. Vsauce is such a goat. Yeah. Okay, so. Oh, there we go. Vsauce Michael here. Do I really need to explain Vsauce? I don't need to explain Vsauce. Vsauce is Michael here. He does video essays about whatever he feels like. He's like a polymath. He does like a lot of different things. A lot of different things. Red Raccoons, are you the VTuber, the university VTuber? I'm sorry, I just learned about you guys. But if you are, shout out. If you want to plug yourself, I'm very okay if you want to plug yourself. Potentially another, if you are the VTuber I'm thinking about, feel free to plug yourself as another academic VTuber in this space. Yes, the official university VTuber for Simon Fraser University. Yes, an art school, I believe. Very, very cool. I did watch some of your guys' content a little back, because I was like, it's so cool to have... It is inspirational for an academic VTuber like myself who is trying to do this alone, because my university, when I was employed by so-and-so university, didn't really care about what I was doing. So it's awesome to see that there's a university out there that is officially backing a VTuber. That's great. Yeah. Your channel fulfills the need of the kids who loved biology but had other passions, but like still crave the road not taken. I'm happy to provide that. Imagine if Vsauce just said Michael here in chat. I don't know how connected TierZoo is, if he's still in chat. If you want to send Michael, no, don't actually. That'd be, if Vsauce like showed up in here, that'd be incredibly. I don't know what I would do. I wrote my undergraduate rhetoric of science thesis essay on Vsauce and Veritasium. You know, as someone who modeled my own style of communication, just the way that I speak after certain elements of Vsauce, it would just be nuts. It would be nuts. So good to see you supporting small creators like Michael here. That's true. That's true. I met Michael once last year at OpenSauce, but unfortunately that is the extent of my contact with him. I feel like he's like a cryptid. You know, in terms of like people who are like institutions, I think of Vsauce as an institution, right? And my, again, like, yeah, I'll get into what my thesis was about his work in just a little bit. Yeah. Vsauce is the first creator you've covered that puts their own face in videos, and I think that's important. It's really interesting. You know, are we allowed to read it? I don't have my old computer from university, but I will be summarizing the main point of what I found to be engaging about Vsauce. Okay, so what is the effect of Vsauce? So Michael is just kind of an entertaining nut. If it's any consolation, my university has ignored literally every attempt of mine to contact them, so you're not alone in your school not caring. That sucks so much, bro. That sucks so much. Yeah, it's a bummer because I think, if you want to do outreach, and I'm offering to do outreach, I just want the clout of having the university name on my stuff. It seems like such a wasted opportunity. So as a personality, Michael is just kind of crazy. And he's able to jump between different ideas seamlessly. This is something that I cannot do. I don't know if I mentioned this in a slide down the line, but like Michael will transition between psychology to biology to physics to math all within one video, and it will not be confusing at all. And I functionally cannot work like that because I don't think in that divergent kind of way. When I'm tunneling into a biology problem, I'm digging. Michael is not digging. Michael is dancing, is what I would say. He is an interdisciplinary genius. He's a polymath. I think he said his dad was a polymath too, in some TED talk of his. But like, he has such a divergent, creative approach that would not work for me because my brain doesn't function that way. But there is something that I think I can say about his content that can be adapted. You can learn from it. And that is Michael's usage of questions. So I put this thumbnail on the slide. How much does a shadow weigh? That's a crazy question. That is not a typical question that comes on your Snapple bottle. And that's the point. I wrote my entire undergraduate thesis in rhetoric, again, on Michael Vsauce and Veritasium. And the portion that I wrote on Michael was about his usage of asking interesting questions that you would not think to ask, right? For example, when I do something like this, it is a more obvious question. Like, why doesn't the immune system kill rabies? Right? That's kind of an interesting question. Not many people might think about that kind of thing, but it's kind of an obvious question. How much does a shadow weigh? Tickles the part of your brain. It causes, okay, so I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm a neurobiologist by training. So I'm appropriating neuroscience, but bear with me. This is the framing that I'm working with. Dopamine is actually more than just the happy chemical. In fact, it's not really the oxytocin, serotonin, those are a bit more like the happy chemicals. Dopamine is actually the learning molecule. Believe it or not, it's not the happy chemical, although you might feel happy when you learn. It is the learning molecule. That is why dopamine is associated with gambling. You pull gotcha, you get a dopamine hit. Why? Because your brain is rewarding you for gambling. Your brain is rewarding you for taking a drug. Your brain is rewarding you for exercise. Your brain is rewarding you for things. When the brain senses that the thing that you are doing is good for you, it will reward you. So it's a molecule of learning. You want to do the thing that will make you better. That is what dopamine is for. However, dopamine is also released when you're not expecting something. Why might that be? So when you are expecting something, like say, for example, you have an idea of how a game functions. Say, for example, you're a Slay the Spire player, and you are confident that picking, I don't know, you're confident that in this situation, taking floor 1 cleave is a great idea. And then when you beat the game, you get a reward. I predicted a thing, and it came true. I learned something. I'm going to reinforce the fact that I know that. That idea gets reinforced in my head. You also get a dopamine hit when things do not go according to plan. Your brain perks up. You want to try the thing again, to try to recreate, to try to experiment, right? Dopamine is behind a lot of these learning behaviors. And again, don't take that too seriously because I'm not ready to defend it. It's just the way that I think about Michael's content is that how much does a shadow weigh is a dopamine hit because it subverts your expectations for what a question can even be. That is how I think about Michael Vsauce here. Michael's videos are a giant run-on sentence. Yes. It is artful. It is like a virtuosic, right? You don't. Not everybody can do that. Certainly not me. So you're saying he's Socratic? Nah, not Socratic. You can learn. Like how do you so by Socratic, what I'm interpreting that to be is trying to get at truth by means of ever escalating questions until you can no longer answer those questions, right? That's a normal science thing to do. I've learned my fair share of how to think Socratically for epistemological reasons as a former researcher myself. But the question, how much does a shadow weigh, is not a question that you would come across naturally, right? Yeah. You would say not think to ask, but I think it's more like the questions a child would ask. It's the kind of questions a lot of people think, but would feel stupid for asking. I think I agree with that. That's another nice way to think about it. It's stuff that maybe as an adult you feel too self-conscious to keep that at the top of your mind, and you're revisiting a childlike version of wonder and glee by having those childhood curiosities satisfied when you didn't even know you still had them. So I think that's an excellent interpretation as well. It's not the same as what I said, but I think yours adds more to the model and our understanding of Michael Vsauce. Would it be more accurate to say that dopamine is mainly a relevant signal? I would say that you should ask a neuroscientist. What I will say is that dopamine as the happy chemical is definitely an oversimplification, and dopamine as the learning molecule is a bit better. I think neuroscientists would agree with me on that. Yeah, so I'm a little hesitant because people get in their head about dopamine fasting. They get into all in their head about how to manage their own dopamine, which is not. I don't recommend that without talking to a therapist, doctor, psychiatrist, whatever. But it's the way that I want to contextualize Michael is through that language of like, why do you pay attention to Michael? Is because you get a little reward for how unexpected he's being. Okay. So why is Vsauce engaging? Again, dude, his thumbnail game and title game is like crazy, right? Vsauce is great at starting from a point of curiosity. It makes sense. He built his whole brand around curiosity, right? His toy kit is called Curiosity Box, if I remember correctly. And the scripts almost never stays focused on accomplishing a goal, right? This video, how much does a shadow weigh? It's not really about how much does a shadow weigh. Because, as Marlon had so wonderfully put it, his videos are like a long run-on sentence, right? He's not really promising to do the things he's doing here, right? Did people used to look older? What is the speed of dark? These are all, yeah, they're going to be answered in the thing, but that's not going to be the whole point of the video. That's not the goal. The goal is to hook you with an interesting question, and then you accidentally learn a whole bunch of other things, which I think is something that Carl Sagan said. Someone's got the full quote out there, but like learning, teaching effectively is tricking people into thinking they haven't learned or something is what that quote is. And he doesn't stay within a box. Like he wanders and follows interesting lines of thought, which is a distinguishing art style of Vsauce. Nobody, as far as I can tell, can emulate the Vsauce style because it is so rare to have the ability to link disparate ideas together in this way. I'm too much of a coward to even try. So it's really, really amazing, right? The way, and I couldn't learn how to do that, but the idea of interesting questions is something that you can learn how to do. Isn't the Bernard-Tarski problem also known as Harry Ball here? Yeah, exactly right. I put this up because he is that kind of polymath where he will investigate anything that is of curiosity to him. What about presence of author? Okay, on one hand, Michael is extremely iconic, right? Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Even his style of moving between curiosities is mimetic, right? Hey, Vsauce here. As Marlon said, hey, Vsauce, Michael here. What if all of your bones turn to jello? That's a meme. It's a joke. It's very easily identifiable. You know, dopamine hit because you know that, hey, Vsauce, Michael here is coming. It lines up with your expectations, and yet you are still learning. You're still having your subversions, your expectations subverted. It's so good. It's so good. He's also very funny and very unique, right? Quirky, offbeat humor sprinkled lightly throughout. And he has a way of unsettling you, right? His stares, his expressions, even his jokes leave you with a sense of instability, right? The road is a little bumpy, but I think it makes it interesting. You're awake when he cracks a joke because it's never quite something you're expecting. And like, I couldn't do that, right? That's something unique to him. That's his style. Yeah. However, every video does have a masterful craft surrounding profundity. So I think there was a comment earlier in chat about the video on megastructures touching them on a spiritual level, right? And I think he's very good at that. And, you know, something that can be learned, I think, is trying to evoke the same sense of profundity, right? And that's something that I actively try to do in my videos, right? Like the abiogenesis video, that ending that I made with emotions. Right. If you haven't seen the abiogenesis video, you know, I talk about the fact that I think about biology as like this giant jawbreaker, and you can lick through the layers, and every time you lick, you think, you know, oh, I'm closer to the center, but then you just keep on licking because biology is near infinitely complex. And, you know, I do feel that on an emotional level, and I try to illustrate this with my attempt at profound visuals, which Mylan did help. Thank you very much, Mylan. Drawing the falling phi through the jawbreaker as a kind of way to appeal to that sense of profundity. Clockwork also does this with the way that he renders beautiful molecules, right? There's a sense of profoundness that you've experienced something that's a little life-changing. And I don't know how successful I am, you know, with trying that for every video, but I do try to insert a little bit of like, I want you to have come away with learning something about biology that will make you rethink life. Not human life, but how life functions. And Vsauce is very good at creating that kind of profundity. It's very cool. I've been wanting to do the kind of videos that you and the channels you're talking about are doing, but in a different field, but I don't know where to start. How did you start? I started when I was in high school, and I've answered this a couple of times, but I think it's worth repeating for everybody who wants to start making content. I started in high school with a stupid idea that was an Avatar: The Last Airbender ripoff, where every nation, instead of earth, water, fire, air, it was biology, chemistry, math, and physics. And everybody, you know, within these, there'd be benders and non-benders. The benders they'd have powers that were specific to their discipline. So like biology had the power to animal morph, you know, or summon animals, you know, like nature, conjure nature. Chemists had the ability to do chemical reactions, lightning, fire. Physics had the ability to manipulate gravity. Math had the ability to rewrite reality, right? Like a very Chunibyo-ass thing. But at the heart of that Chunibyo, Avatar: The Last Airbender, terrible self-insert ripoff was the idea of like, well, I just want to make content that I pour my soul into, because even though I say cognitively that that's a bad idea, which it is, it's a terrible idea, it would not work. It would be like a lolcow kind of webcomic, I think. I do not think that it would be well received by people, but it would be good art because it would be representative of me as a teenager at that time, what I truly felt passionate about. So how do you start? Just do something. You don't have to show it to people, but you should do something and publish it, or have it be publishable, right? You don't have to show anybody if you're afraid of people, which is reasonable, right? Like if you get hate on the internet, some people's lives are ruined by that, right? You don't want to play with fire all the time, but it's important that you finish something. It doesn't have to be good. I didn't publish that webcomic anywhere, thank God. I also had a children's book that I got about a third of the way through and then gave up, and then I had to return the money that I got funded, you know, because I wrote a grant to get funding to write a children's book when I was in undergraduate, and I had to return that money because I never finished it, which was a very embarrassing defeat for me. But I knew that I didn't want to be an author after I started writing that book. So I can't tell you how to start, because you need to find that out yourself. What I did right before Phi the Neutrophil was I had a podcast where I would teach the fundamentals of scientific thinking. I think Hank Green has a similar series where he goes through how to think like a scientist. I'm not going to say what the name was because it's connected to my real identity as a neutrophil. But I realized that the podcast was a step in the right direction. I had a bunch of other more webcomic ideas, more animation ideas that never worked out. But by trying podcasting, I realized, oh, I could actually do something with a script, but I feel like for biology, I can't just be talking into a microphone. Biology needs to be seen. You can't just learn from, I mean, you can, but it's not as fun, So it was an iterative process of just trying stuff. That's why I say art is 90% emergent. You can't discover what you should do until you do a bunch of things that suck. So I'm saying to you, you suck. You're probably, the thing that you're going to do probably sucks, but you're going to get better. And one day maybe you'll get better than me. I hope that was of some use. So I gave you my path, right? Webcomic, animations, all of them failed. I had to return money for a children's book I made. I did a podcast that had no viewers. And then I was like, okay, I know I want to talk into a microphone because I think I'm kind of good at it. After all of these things, trying and failing, I think I'm kind of good at talking into a microphone. What mediums allow me to talk into a microphone? Well, there's YouTube. And that also has the benefit of allowing me to illustrate a lot of what is happening in biology. Also, I like VTubers and I want to be a VTuber, but I don't want to be a VTuber like other male VTubers. I want to be a unique male VTuber and have my own take on how any of this is. Right, so everyone has a different answer. Please put that comic on your Patreon. No, I can't though, because it doxes me. It doxes me. It's yeah. It doxes me because the artist does have pieces from that work connected to their real life DeviantArt. So as much as I would like to share these, because I did not draw them myself, because the art came from real artists, I can no longer share that because they are artists that I know personally, and that could expose my identity, and I don't want to be exposed. I could talk more about it in a different stream, though. This goofy comic. It sounds cringe. You say it would be cringe, but it sounds cinema. I don't think it would work because I don't know how to. I mean, if anybody wants to take that idea and make it work, go make that work. I'm not a fiction writer. That's not where my talent is. That's not where my passion is. You know, and speaking of like passion and you do whatever you want to do. If you have fun doing it, you're going to get good at it no matter what. I didn't have fun writing fiction. That's the difference, is that the most fun I have in fiction writing is like D&D. Like I'll do like custom homebrew stuff. I find that fun because it's like lower stakes. But like writing that book, making that comic was so not fun. And that's why I wasn't good at it. I wasn't having fun. But this Fly the Neutrophil, I have a lot of fun. That's why I would like to think I'm better now than I was 3 years ago. You're really polymath too? No. No, I don't dare wear the title of polymath, right? Why? Because I'm only curious of the things that I'm already curious in. I think Michael has a sense for general curiosity. For me, I have a short list of things that I'm interested in. Biology, the human condition, and art. I don't care about how a refrigerator works. I don't care about cars. You can't pay me enough to care about how a car works. I'm sorry for, mechanical engineering enthusiasts, but I don't consider myself a polymath. I just find, and this is just for everybody. You are a multidimensional person. You don't have to call yourself a polymath. The reason why I call Michael a polymath is because there aren't a lot of people who can think in his divergent style to that level of depth. Yeah. I do appreciate the compliment, but I don't think that I could be described as a polymath. Yeah. Congratulations, Fly, for your success and for enjoying your life now as a VTuber. I hope your channel continues to grow because it's amazing. I sure hope it does. I sure hope it does. Did any VTubers inspire your humor? No. My humor is not really influenced by anybody in particular. It's just emergent. I guess you could say some of it is inspired by TierZoo because TierZoo doesn't make jokes on screen. Like, he doesn't say jokes, right? The humor is in the health bar decreased and the damaged indicator from RuneScape popped up, right? The visual jokes. I didn't consciously take that from TierZoo, but like if you wanted to draw a connection in that respect, I think you could. TierZoo's inspiration for me is more in line with like, I don't know what I want to do. I'm going to try to do what TierZoo does, and that's going to be informative. And after I did what TierZoo does, I went, I don't want to be TierZoo actually, which is very informative. But the things about TierZoo that are important to me are things that I can do in my own way, aka provide a hopefully profound thing that you can take home with you, which is the thing that I do take from TierZoo with direction. Yeah. Yeah. What if you make a stream where you show the comic and read it to the viewer instead of linking it? Uh, maybe. I don't have the text of it anymore though. I don't like it's lost media, like genuinely. Like I could. No, but then you can reverse image search it, and I really don't want to be like my anonymity is like so important. Like if you reverse image search that, you're gonna find the deviant artist who did it, and then you're gonna find me potentially, and even the chance that you find me is terrifying. I do not wish to be found. How do you know the stuff you do is good? Like if it is something you never publish, because I believe in my own sense of taste. So there's a common saying in like for budding artists that like the reason why you hate your work is because your taste is better than your skill. And that's true when you're starting off, because you have an idea of what good means to you. And until you publish that, like until your work gets to the point where you yourself are happy with it, you're not going to really, you can publish things that you're not happy with, right? I wasn't 100% happy with my TierZoo video. I wasn't 100% happy with my rabies video, but I was happy enough. I was like 65% happy. And I was like, okay, it's time to publish because I need the feedback, right? I'm at a place where I know that I'm happy enough with the product, but I need the feedback from the audience to know what I could do better. And for me, that threshold was like 65%. Yeah. Okay, so if Clockwork is allowing you to see the Grand Canyon, Vsauce is making you imagine the Grand Canyon, and then having you imagine like the nebula, the Orion Nebula or whatever, right? He's like going back and forth, just constantly in awe and constantly curious. Because I think I don't do the curiosity as well. That's not a downplay on me. I'm just saying, again, we have to take art pieces in their whole context as full pieces and not as individual components when we're making a value judgment. But Michael is better at generating curiosity than me because he can take these weird lines that you would not take. What I do instead is I present you a problem and I challenge you to solve it. I do it all the time in stream. I do it all the time in my videos. That's a different form of engagement, right? Michael is saying, hey, isn't it funny that so-and-so? Or what if you thought of something like this? Or have you ever thought about this? Whereas me, I'm like, here's a problem. Try solving it. And that's the game that I want to adapt from like TierZoo, from Octopus Lady, from Clockwork, is that like the version of this that I am doing as my own unique creator, I am trying to make it so that there are certain points in my video where I give you a heavy question and I force you to sit in the uncomfortable silence of working your brain to try and solve the issue. Like I'm doing on stream. I'm asking you to do some analysis with me, at least at the beginning of stream. So I don't think I'm good at generating curiosity, but I am better, due to my background as a university teacher, at guiding you through hard problems, which is not quite the same as the curiosity forward version that Michael has. So what can I learn from Vsauce? I mean, it's really tough to have thumbnails and titles that are good as his. I did take some inspiration with two of my most popular videos, like why is rabies so hard for the immune system to kill? It's a pretty good hook, a lot of people know rabies. And then are prions truly impossible to destroy? Right? It's taking assumptions that you have about these things that people care about, and then questioning them and promising an answer at some point. And then it doesn't always work. I thought the video on the right was a banger. Why doesn't our immune system kill good bacteria? To me, that's an awesome Vsauce-esque question, but it didn't really do that well. YouTube is weird like that. That's why I'm saying this is not a YouTube analysis. This is art analysis. This is different because I have no idea what the algorithm wants. Oh, okay. We're jumping right into Veritasium, actually. Okay. Before that, anybody else want to share thoughts about Vsauce before we get into Veritasium? I think Veritasium might be the last creator that I have on this list because I thought I was going to do everybody, so I'm not going to get to Hank Green. I'm not going to get to Kirkazat. Maybe for a different stream. Thank you so much for the floating hearts, Zero. But you were a university teacher? How old are you? I swear you sound like 22. Well, my lifespan expires every 24 hours. So, you know, I'm at most 24 hours in age. At most 24 hours in age. But thank you for thinking that I have the voice of a spry 22-hour-year-old. If I were 22, I would hate myself. You know, I have a lot of experience in biology, so I'd say that, like, if some kid were to treat the audience with that, like, you know, I am above you, you are a sniveling research baby, I don't think I would be very likable in a weird way. All right, so I think we're ready to talk about Veritasium, actually. Okay, so I'm specifically going to talk about old Veritasium. Okay, and we want to run it back for a guest lecture as a VTuber. You know, if you want to have me on, you know, over Zoom, I don't know what I would talk about or what we would have me talk about. But if you know, I'm down to do university events. I actually had a viewer offer that one time, but that never materialized. Okay. Before I move on, hold on. Let's see. Okay. Before I move on, I am going to warn you now. Nobody in chat say anything negative. Okay, I said this at the beginning as well. We are not here to be an echo chamber of criticism. We are learning how to love art. So keep your critical opinions to yourself, because that is not useful in this stream. It's valid to like and not like content creators, okay? But something I'm getting that I've said at the beginning is the point of this is so that you are better able to love, okay? You can go to a different YouTuber for being better able to hate, you know, or feeling justified in your hate. And I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm saying what brings me joy is knowing that I have helped people love more, okay? And so whatever thoughts you have about Veritasium, we are going to look at what I love about Veritasium. And again, I wrote my undergraduate rhetoric of science thesis on Veritasium and Vsauce. So just know that these two creators are some of the most influential creators for me as a communicator, because I think they're that good to talk about, okay? But I'm specifically going to focus on old Veritasium because I was an undergraduate when these videos were more relevant, right? The old Veritasium, you know, Veritasium's been around for a very long time. 15 years, okay? 15 years. Hatred and justified in the same sentence. Here's what I mean by that. Don't take that out of context. Communication of your distaste is like a perfectly valid and human thing to do, right? I'm not saying let's be toxically positive and never criticize anything, right? It's just that's not the point of this stream. The point of this stream is, how do you love more? How do I take the good parts of the creators that I love and fit them into my own style? Or what can I learn from them? Or what can I learn about myself by comparing to other channels? Right? That's what the stream is about. But there's also spaces for criticism. It's just, this is not the space for criticism. This is a place for analysis, right? And contemplation, okay? So again, this is about old Veritasium. So this is the effect of old Veritasium. So the old Veritasium made much shorter videos, quick and smart pieces that challenged some base assumptions about reality that made for a really fun learning experience, right? I wrote a thesis about this particular video called Misconceptions About Temperature 13 years ago, 4.4 million views, which is my favorite Veritasium video for the game, right? While I talked about game in terms of TierZoo, you know, TierZoo's game, you know, apart from the game that's actually in his videos, right? The game of life. The game for the audience is you get to go home and you get to think, oh, if I were TierZoo, where would I put my favorite animals on a tier list, right? That is a form of engagement, you know, so that's what I mean by game. So Derek's game, Derek of Veritasium, is to point out assumptions that audience members have that are wrong and then correct them. And that is a very interesting approach. So the way that he would do this, he would do like street interviews. He just like come across random people and be like, hey, you know, in the case of this video, he says, comes to a random person and he holds out two things. He holds out a book and he holds out a hard drive. And he puts a block of ice on each item. And we can do this together. You know, if you haven't seen this video, if you have seen this video, don't answer. Let's just do this as an exercise, right? If you know the answer because you're a physics person, also don't answer. But imagine Derek Veritasium comes up to you. He holds out a book. He holds out a metal hard drive, and he puts a block of ice on each, and he asks you, which block of ice will melt first, the book or the hard drive? And I will actually put up a poll to see. Again, if you're very confident of your answer, don't answer. It's not a hard drive. It's like a metal block. So maybe not a hard drive. I thought the word he used was hard. It's been like 13 years since I watched this video. Metal melts ice first or book melts ice first. Okay. Let's just say it's like an iron block or a steel block. Which of these two items will melt the ice first? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Yeah, okay. Pretty interesting results. Pretty interesting results. I really want to know about the ambient temperature in the room. The book and the metal were both at room temperature for, let's say, an hour. Does that change your answer? I only voted metal because I feel like there's some sciencey witchery happening, so my gut response of book feels wrong as a bait. Okay. So, what do people say? What do people say? Metal melts ice first or book melts ice first? I believe the answer is the metal, as people have said, but there is quite a bit of disagreement, and so the answer is why. Well, what is melting? What is melting? So the misconception about temperature is that when you touch a cold piece of metal and a book, the book feels warmer. So a lot of people in that street interview say that the book should melt the ice first. But that's not how temperature works. Because melting ice is not about how it feels, it is about the transfer of kinetic energy. So what do I mean by that? You know, there's people in chat saying the answer, but you're using scientific terms that Derek himself does not really get that much into depth. Because the way that you can think about this is the reason why metal feels colder to you is because when you touch the metal is sucking the heat out of you. That's why you feel cold, because metal is better able to change temperature. It is better able to draw out the heat that is emanating off of your hands, so the nerves that lie at the tips of your fingers will feel cold. But a book is not very good at changing temperature. So a block of ice that sits on a book is not going to really melt at a different rate, because the book itself does not really, as people are saying, conducting heat. But metal is something that can better remove the heat or conduct the heat. And so when we're talking about melting ice, the coldness, you can think of it like the coldness of the ice is better able to move through the metal, and also the temperature from your hands is better able to warm up the metal from the opposite side, right? So there's a couple of things going on. And that's very engaging, right? So as someone who is learning, you're not going to forget that heat and temperature are different. Or like heat transfer and temperature are actually different. Because what you are experiencing when you are touching something is the transfer of heat. You're not actually sensing the absolute temperature of whatever it is that you are sensing, right? Because if you think about it, if you are in a room that is 72 degrees, right? Just imagine this. You're in a room, you have the AC on, it's 72 degrees in the room. But when you get into a bath that's 72 degrees, it's cold because water will draw out the heat a lot better. Now, it's tricky because wind, like if you are being blown by wind, that's a little different because wind that is moving across from you is also really good at removing heat, but the idea stays the same. If you take, okay, you can do this experiment at home. Pour out a cup of water and let it get to room temperature, and you'll leave it overnight. That cup of water should be the same temperature as the room because it's acclimated. But when you dip your finger into that cup of water, it feels cold, usually, if you're in a cold place, because that water is drawing out the heat more from your hand, right? And that technique is something that Derek developed as a part of his PhD in science, in physics education. Okay, so let's move on from that experiment. Yeah, I love this video. It's so interesting. I think about it a lot. It really influenced the way I think about being wrong in the art of teaching, because a lot of gifted students that I've had get very shut down. They get very nervous when they're wrong. But being wrong is, you know, people say it's just a part of the process. But here's the thing. Gifted kids will always say, well, if I was a genius, I would never be wrong. If you know, because they identify so much with the idea of being smart, that there's always a way to kind of finagle back into this idea of like, okay, well, normal people can be wrong, but I'm not normal. I'm super genius. I should never be wrong. And then when they are wrong, it like destroys them. But learning is literally a part of the process. Like you cannot do a lot of deep learning without first being wrong, right? Being wrong is a gateway into being right, if not for at least the reason that you are eliminating one incorrect answer. So to all my burnt out geniuses out there, you have to be wrong to learn. It is almost required at some point for you to be wrong to learn. So it is not a value judgment, you know? Okay, so his PhD thesis, this is an outdated slide. I actually did find it, and this is true. His PhD thesis is about passive consumption of science content, leading to a false impression of understanding. So what he did in that thesis is showed viewers science communication content that was relevant at the time, 13 years ago, and then had the students do a self-evaluation of how well they understood the content and then tested them in their understanding. And what he had found was students will often overestimate their understanding of science content when they learn from video. And why is that important? It is because a good communicator will actually be worse for you in some contexts because you feel like you're learning, but you're actually not. Because you might be understanding every single word that I'm saying, but until you critically engage with those ideas, you are not actually doing any learning. You're just accepting the words. Whereas a confusing professor, you're not accepting the words because the words don't make sense to you. But if you understand the words, you might think you understand the concept behind the words, but you might not. And the revolutionary idea, I don't know if it's truly revolutionary because I'm not an education researcher, but revolutionary to me was this idea of passive learning, luring an audience into a false sense of security. And his videos, when he was starting off as doing street interviews, were all about challenging that passive engagement. And if we think about like slop content, like video essay slop content, and I do this too, right? I also do watch slop. Okay, I put it on my second monitor and I play Slay the Spire. You know, I also enjoy slop content. I'm not saying more engaging content is necessarily better. Again, it's a value judgment, right? I'm not making that value judgment. But I'm saying if you want content to be interesting and engaging, this idea of interactivity with the audience member, even though Derek is not in the room with you, the fact that he's questioning doing these street interviews makes it so that you get to play along. It's kind of like playing Jeopardy, right? Kind of like Jeopardy, where when you're watching Jeopardy, are you just watching the contestant? No. When you're watching Jeopardy or any game show, you're also playing the game. That's why it's interesting to watch. You're not there to be, oh, I wonder if Mr. Sanders is gonna win Jeopardy. No, you're there to be like, would I have won $100,000? Like, would I have been good at this? Like, that self-insertion is a way to engage your audience at a deeper level than a lot of passive content. Like lectures are often quite passive, especially if the professor does not ask questions. That is why a good professor might actually result you in not learning, because you feel like you go home, you're like, oh, lecture was great. I feel like I really understood a lot. And then you get the problem set and you're like, oh my God, I didn't learn anything at all. And then you leave the professor a bad review, in which case that is extremely unjustified, because a good professor that then gives you a hard problem set is expecting you to go back to the lecture and critically engage with it and not rely on the first pass to understand what needs to be understood. I hope I'm not passive learning by engaging with chat, by playing with the ideas, because I'm not a lecturer, never have been. I was a lab instructor. So my field was always about engaging with students and helping them do the lab, physically do the lab. And as long as you are playing with the ideas actively, as long as you're not on, as long as you don't have me on a second monitor and are just using me for like white noise, which you totally can, help me get my engagement up and everything. But if you are thinking after I am telling you these things, if you are disagreeing with me, if you are agreeing with me, actively agreeing with me, not passively just being, well, yeah, that makes sense, but like thinking, okay, Phi said this about interactivity. Do I agree with that? Yes. That's active. Okay, that's active. That's active. 3B, 1B does this a lot. I'm playing along with the math, not merely watching it. Exactly. A lot of good creators will engage. That's what separates passive slop from deeply engaging content. I often compare watching edutainment videos to watching sports. No matter how much tennis you watch, unless you actually go practice swinging the racket, you'll never be good at the game. Beautifully put. Man, beautifully put, right? That's why, like, me teaching you how to love this kind of content, like, you get a lot more. Yeah, like when I watch like Dota, I played a little bit of Dota, right? But like Dota pros are doing things I can't even imagine. They're doing tech I can't even imagine, right? The map is so big and so complicated. They're playing a whole, I'm playing checkers, they're playing chess. But if you do it a little bit for yourself, right? If you try to make the SciComm content yourself, you'll have a better appreciation for it, for sure. If you can't do that, the next best thing is to attend something like this, where I'm teaching you how to love something. Yeah, game is so important. And like old Veritasium, I don't really know what new Veritasium is about. I don't really watch too much of it. That's a value neutral thing. I prefer this stuff because this is what inspired me to start communicating as a SciComm person. I feel very profounded now. I'm glad. I'm glad I could provide that for you. I'm glad I could be the conduit by which you experience that. I think it's really hard to pull off without feeling too much like work, but it's cultivation. It's not work if you view it as kung fu, as self-cultivation, right? Like, if it's not fun for you, then that's okay. It's not fun for you, then don't bother. But if it's fun to you to kind of get into the weeds and like inspect every element, then I think, you can get so much joy out of this stuff. Gotta head out for class. Thanks for dropping by. Looking at comments under educational vids tends to be useful for memorization. That's also true. That's one way you can engage that way. This is actually very eye-opening. I'm curious as to why you think that is. Like, what about it is eye-opening for you? Also, StarCraft. If you like a pros, exactly, StarCraft is great. Like StarCraft, you can follow along with a build order, you can follow along with some high-level decisions, but the micro decisions that pros make, you won't understand that world until you do it yourself. Yeah. I think there's more telling rather than questioning in Veritasium now, if that makes sense. I think new Veritasium is more about making epic stories. It's more about storytelling than it is about questioning, which is fine. I do storytelling. Like, my videos are highly storytelling because the only way to learn complex biology is through the art of storytelling. So it's not a bad thing that new Veritasium has shifted. It's just a different audience, a different goal, If only the recommendation engine was wired to consistently challenge the audience. I mean, it's complicated, right? Like if you support my channel, if you do, watch, share, comment, like, show up to stream, basic ways to support the channel, and then you have advanced ways, buy my merch, Patreon, YouTube membership, you are showing and rewarding content that is like this, because of course algorithms are not going to reward content that requires you to work, right? If you're TierZoo and you're lucky, you can have them play and then they're actually working, but it's actually play, right? But I don't have that luxury because my stuff is way like it's I needed to get a degree. I needed to study 6 years after undergraduate to even understand what I'm talking about. So like intrinsically it's not going to be possible to play in the same way as you would play with the TierZoo video, right? So it's like a different it has to be a different economic model as well. I cannot succeed in the same way TierZoo can, but that doesn't mean I can't succeed, right? So there's this doomerism by like, oh, algorithms are always rewarding, slop or whatever, but that's not actually true, right? First, algorithms also reward really good content, right? Let's not make it a binary here, right? Algorithms will reward highly engaging content that is deep and meaningful. That's why we have popular content creators on these slides. But on the other hand, if supporting littler channels like this is helping me find an audience that will want this stuff, because it is not easy to swallow. It is graduate level biology, and that's just not going to work for everybody. Why don't many teachers do a lot of active learning styles? It's an interesting question. It's a trade-off because it takes time, right? It takes time. If you have 42 minutes to do a class, an active learning component is going to take time, right? I do it all the time, though. I think it's worth the time, but not every teacher will think that. So there's a technique that I used to do called think, pair, share. Some of you Gen Z students might be more familiar with this, as it's become more popular to adopt in my generation, which is you think about the problem, you pair with your next door neighbor, and then you talk about your solutions. That way, this accomplishes a couple of things. You force the students to actually critically think about what it is you are trying to teach them by presenting them with a problem, or force them to try to make a prediction. You give them the space to do that. But since a lot of people don't like being put on the spot, you pair them with another human, and then they talk about it. That way they don't feel as alone, or they can debate, they can do science, right? Like science is about debate, it's about conversation, it's about comparing notes. A lot of it is collaborative. And when you are both confident, you don't feel alone, you don't feel like the dumbest kid in the room because you had a conversation and you're working together, then you feel more likely to put your money where your mouth is and actually participate. And then that in turn allows the teacher to learn how good does the class understand the material. Because if the teacher is very passive, if they're not asking questions, if they're not checking for understanding, the entire class could be lost and the teacher will have no idea, right? But it takes time. You have to plan for that. You can't just load up a lecture and do it on the fly because you might run out of time later. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely love the history of science. So for me personally, I think I prefer the new Veritasium. Exactly. That's why it's style. It's not good or bad. There's a lot of like discourse about Veritasium these days. And we have to be very careful about how we communicate that discourse. I'm not saying criticism isn't warranted. I'm saying be smart, okay? Be smart about how you criticize things. Yeah. If it's effective for making students understand them, why not have pedagogical institutions do that? I mean, they're doing that now. That's just because professors are not required to teach. They're required to generate money by doing research. There are workshops for professors who care, but you are not guaranteed to have a professor who cares. Okay. Did you have a teaching job at one point? I taught at, I will always brag about this. I can't stop. I literally can't. Every time a stream ends, I go, did I brag too much about where I worked? Am I coming off like a certain Blizzard employee? But I will, because I celebrate that about myself. But I also acknowledge that I'm no longer in that position because they didn't need me anymore. But yes, I did teach at a university levels at one of the top institutions in the US, and I will wear that badge of pride forever. Wistfully, right? Because I also acknowledge that I'm no longer an employee at that institution, so I can't claim. I can only claim it as a past profession of mine. Do professors make more money from research than teaching? Yeah, millions in grant funding. I mean, they have to fund their lab and pay themselves, but It's a lot of money in research. They're not rich enough to live fabulously rich lives, but in terms of does the money that puts food in their mouths, like, does that come from research or does it come from teaching? Well, it's research. That's just how universities are funded, Okay. Grant funding mentioned. Yeah, that's why grant funding is also very important. It's also why I'm actually glad they fired me when they did, because research funding in America, not so good right now. Not so good right now. Okay. There's a good book called Better Living Through Criticism. It explains how to pin down the specific flaws in media. That's the thing. I want to get away from that. I'm sorry, I'm crashing out like over a comment that you said, but I'm not crashing out at you. You might have missed the beginning of stream. I'm so done with criticism as a discourse. I'm firmly in camp appreciation, and not for a toxic positivity reason. I just think that criticism is no longer interesting to me. Learning how to love a thing that is bad is more interesting than criticizing something that is good, because flaws are actually really easy to point out. If you have a little bit of, I'm sorry, it just got here. Sorry, no problem. I get the soapboxes for this again, which is actually good, because this is a separate point. It is so easy, even though there's an art to criticism, sure, but like most critical video essays on YouTube are slop because it's so easy to find a flaw, right? As it is easy to find flaw in research, right? If you go on R Science, every paper has some know-it-all Redditor that's like, actually the ends are low, and they don't know what a power analysis is, right? It's so easy to point out the thing that is bad, and it is so much harder to point out the things that are good in things that are bad. That to me, like criticism, not interesting to me anymore. Appreciation, a lot more interesting. 12 Tone, goated music YouTube channel. Finding the gem in like stuff that is commonly called bad is actually really good, because the thing is that I'm breaking down these YouTube greats. These are YouTube greats, man. Like the act of taking a very amateur piece of work and describing it in ways that is appreciative is a lot harder and more intellectually interesting. So that's like, I'm sorry, I'm like crashing out as you're coming in, but like, my rule is like, we're not criticizing today. We're appreciating today. We're appreciating today. Too fast for me to take enough notes. Yeah, I actually don't take notes. I think taking notes is okay, but it's hard limited by how fast your instructor speaks and how fast you write. Better for me is practice problems and practice exams if you can get them, and making your own test, which is like a thing that people tell you to do but nobody does, but it is genuinely very, very helpful. Yeah. Having only watched a small portion of Fi's content so far, I can tell he loves the soapbox. This is not a criticism, just an observation. Thank you for putting it in those terms. Yes, it is an observation that I love the soapbox. Now, you as an individual with your own opinions can decide whether or not you like that, and that's fine. But saying Fi's soapbox is bad is a value judgment when you could say, maybe Fi goes on too long with these soapbox. The effect of it happening on me is that it is not interesting, or it is the same soapbox every time, or I really just want like the content and not the passion. Those are okay things to say if we're being critical, but we're not being critical today. But that's how I'm trying to model the conversation, right? Okay. So let's continue. That's actually it. So I thought it'd be kind of fun because I am very in my own head, right? I have the intention, right? Like I'm a very conscious artist in the sense where I'm not going to say I have an accurate depiction of myself, because I actually believe that fundamentally you cannot have an accurate understanding of your own artistry because you live in your own head and you will never see yourself from someone else's point of view. But I am intentional in my choices. So I'm wondering, it'd be a bit of fun, a bit of chat engagement. If you want to use my philosophy, my Rame network, to analyze me as a creator. I don't know, it'd be kind of fun. You know that I have a huge ego. I ego search myself all the time. But I'm like, what would you say? Like, how would you describe my content? I know I described myself in certain terms, but that's almost not as important as what my audience thinks, because that's ultimately, if I want this to be my job, this is what separates a professional from an amateur, a hobbyist, is that I have to care what you think. Because because that's what drives the ad revenue. That's what drives the sponsorships, et cetera, et cetera. So what do you think? Content good? Your voice hella weird? I do have a pretty distinct voice, I would say. I'd say it's not for everybody. Certainly not for me. I don't. It's a meme. It's a cliche, but I don't like my own voice. It's not an uncommon thing to believe. I don't really think I can analyze you. I'm not that much on the same page. That's okay. You might have a different framework, you know? You get obsessed in a way that makes me learn. That is good to hear. I am allowed to wave my freak flag, as it were, because again, as I spoke right at the beginning of stream, you know, at parties where it's like people talking about, you know, where they went for vacation and small talk stories. Small talk is important because small talk is like, that's how you know a person's vibe. It's how you like suss out what they're about. And then you can move, because it's pretty cliche these days to be anti-small talk, but you kind of have to do it. And I'm not against small talk. I'm just bad at it. So the faster I can allow myself to just be obsessive and wave my freak flag, the better. It's a lot of fun for me, which is why I do this in between video edits. I've watched your abiogenesis video like 5+ times. Thank you. It's probably one of the best SciComm videos I've seen in a long time. Thank you so much. Your delivery on these tough topics is really nice to me. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, I was working like 12-hour days for 5-6 days trying to push that out, especially because abiogenesis is so out of my field that I had to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple check everything. And I think I ironed most of the kinks out. But I'm glad I was never gonna do another hour video again if it didn't get at least 100,000 views, if I'm being honest. Like, it was a devastating amount of work, and if it flopped, I don't know what I would have done with myself. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. The desire to maintain your anonymity is understandable, but it is a very significant choice. Do the creators that show their faces adopt a bigger, more outlandish, more rehearsed voice? I don't know about that. I would say that everybody has their own reasons for anonymity. I want to take on a point of anonymity because I think watching an old guy teach you, I'm not old, I'm 24 hours old, you know, I'm a young cell. Watching an old person teach you gives you an air and a quality that I don't quite like. So there are like science streamers on Twitch who are doing great content. But when I watch like a 40, 50-year-old man talk to me, I feel like I'm in school, and I didn't want that feeling, right? It's not right or wrong, good or bad. The art that I want to make, I don't want you to feel like you are in a classroom. I don't want, and some creators might want that, right? Some creators want to give people that academic classroom feeling. Not me though. I want you to feel more like you're listening in on like a story time, like a Jaden Animations, but for biology, right? That's kind of my the deliberate choice to make me this way instead of be a man in front of a camera. That's why I do it. So I hope that works, you know. I love that a cell in someone's body is stepped up to explain some biology to a hardware nerd like me. If you haven't checked out Clockwork, go check him out. If you like my content and you're a hardware nerd, Clockwork's channel, all, you know, Clockwork Biology, go look him up. All about how the hardware of our biology works. Your narration is very interesting. You kind of wear the opinion of what you're talking about on your chest. If a biology term is scaring or annoying to you, it's very clear in your tone. That's a thing that I think I do like Octopus Lady. Like, it's not worth hiding my frustration because it's relatable. Because if it sucks for me, it probably sucks for the audience too. And to overcome that, instead of like, yeah, I'm effortlessly okay. So I need to tell a story. I was like a prep school kid, and by that I mean not prep school like private school. I mean like I went to after school for exams. I had a very privileged educational upbringing where after school I would, you know, in the summertime where Americans have summer vacation, and I would go to a camp where they would drill you on the SAT, or like college entrance exam. I would get drilled for all of these standardized exams because my parents really, really cared about me doing well academically. And I had a kid in the class who was like a legend, who would sleep in every class and perform perfectly. very smart, jealous that someone has a mind that is that fast, adaptable, good, because I believe I am of average intelligence. I believe I am of above average curiosity. But intelligence wise, I'm not really all that different than the average person. I just care a lot about certain things. And the frustration of watching him be perfect was like maddening to me, which is why I don't want to pretend like annoying things aren't annoying or hard things aren't hard. So it's good that that comes out as the way it does, you know? Yeah. I remember watching your 30-minute video about brain cancer, and I didn't realize that I absorbed a hefty intro on a long and hefty material and feeling it was genuine and well-paced. Thank you so much. One thing you do pretty well is talking to your viewers. Getting randomly addressed midway through a video wakes you up pretty good. Yeah, that's a part of the engagement thing, right? Is I don't mind if I'm second monitor content, but I would prefer to be first monitor content. I also watch your content for the biology, but it's usually the philosophical approaches you take that I think about the most afterwards. Yeah, that's like what I'm trying to actively cultivate, like in a TierZoo kind of way. Like the nugget that you take afterwards, for me, it would be wonderful if you took away a deeper understanding of epistemology, of science, of research, of, yes, biology, but that's almost like, the biology part of my channel is like job, money, sponsorships, making it entertaining for you. This is my art. This part is the thing that I feel the most artistic connection with, is trying to leave you with something that you can take home and ruminate on and change the way you think. I love how open-minded you are, and I respect how you can tread all the contentious theories, hypotheses, and even cliques of peeps, and you allow them to give them a voice as long as it is constructive. That is from surviving a thesis proposal defense where you are being threatened to be torn apart by some of the smartest people that live on planet Earth. Once you have survived that, you can better judge what is okay to say and what is not okay to say. Because once you get your butt handed to you by a like near Nobel laureate level scientist, you will learn very quickly how to do all of those things. So it's not really about open-mindedness, but I do appreciate that. It's more about being very and my advisor, the professor I studied under, was very good at teaching me how to do that. So I want to shout them out for teaching me those skills. So it's not really about open-mindedness. It's about being taught to, been taught to walk that tightrope. You sound very young, Yeah, makes sense. Neutrals don't live that long. Vsauce ain't no spring chicken. I make an exception for Vsauce because he's like the crazy guy you find under the bridge with nuggets of wisdom, right? Like his aging is a feature now in terms of his aesthetic. But like normal guy teaching me something, I think is no longer that appealing to me. I don't want to like do that because I'm also just a normal guy. I don't really have a particularly interesting look to me. When I'm not in neutrophil form. How do you feel about some of the newer science communication? And to say about the judgmental thing, it's like good science is not judgmental, in my opinion. So I'm happy to take the compliment, but I want to redirect it to being more about being a good scientific citizen than about being open-minded. Just if you want to be correct, you have to consider all of your options. And instead of telling you what is right, I'm just going to let you do it. That's the most honest way that I can do that, How do I feel about the newer science comm people, debate style peeps? I don't know who you're talking about, so I have no opinion on them. I will say debate is not my preferred arena because it can be, if you missed the beginning of stream, I talked a lot about in-group and out-group. And I feel like when you are in a debate, you are artificially pitting two points of view against each other. In a format that encourages tribalism, and if you want to get at the truth, the real answer might be in between 2 points. And so I don't know who you're talking about. I have no opinion, but on the format, I think debates are not my preferred way to communicate science. Yeah. Your style is fine because I just skipped. Your content being so complex makes it easy to fall into the trap of being boring, but I think your jokes and audience awareness takes it from lecture to entertainment. You tread the line very well. I hope I do, because it is not every video of mine is going to be a banger. Like some videos that I really loved did not do well, probably because they were boring and I didn't make them interesting enough. Yeah. Your videos are like a postcard from academia, the kind of enthusiasm that I rarely see. Oh, that's a wonderfully poignant way to put that. A postcard from academia. Yes, I would love to be a postcard for academia because I am quite academic myself, but I feel as if I am I would like to be out of academia in a kind of, you know what, like I was raised by academia, but I feel like I'm at home, not in academia. Yeah. It's a priceless thing about a neutrophil in a college classroom. Hey, you know, you can make that happen. If you want me to give a talk at your university about SciComm or about interesting things in biology, you know, shoot me, send me a Discord message. No, don't send me a Discord message. You can just say it in the Discord server, !Discord. You can just, I'll do speaking engagements. I would love to. Yeah. Feedback. There are so many videos of yours that are the first time I feel like I've understood something crucial about the subject, and your enthusiasm makes me want to care about it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's an interesting point in terms of like, it's not about, you know, I could have made the rabies video very simple and the prion video very simple, but I actively chose not to. And your comment is meaningful to me because it means that something that I did on purpose paid off. Because I watched some of the other prion videos and they focused more on the brutality, the violence of these diseases, right? The spectacle aspect. But to me, spectacle is not what you use the word crucial. It's not crucial to me. It's just emotion without poignance. Right, it is scary, it's, you know, anxiety inducing, but these are base emotions. These are monkey brain, I'm hiding from tigers and now I'm hiding from the prion disease, right? I wanted to do something that, as you are calling it, crucial, right? Give you a sense of hope, poignance. So I'm interpreting crucial to be poignance here. The same vibes to me as 3 Blue 1 Brown as a CS major who wanted to be a pharmacist at one point. I think a lot of creators have a kind of, you know, a pipeline of wanting to do the thing and then not doing it, which is, you could say, those who cannot teach, right? You could say that, but I think it's more about the diversity of experience you have to have giving up a life is a good thing, and you know, that kind of diversity is rewarded in academia, where having better divergent thinking is often pretty good when you want to investigate new problems. I remember seeing your kombucha video, and it's interesting to see you engaging with yourself. It's an interesting structure because there's a call response that creates good inertia to the narrative. Oh, the kombucha video, Deep Sheep 6. I hate that video so much, but I did do that on purpose. Like, I hate the video because I thought it would be a cheap way to get, and not, you know, I thought it'd be a cheap way to capitalize on people talking about Bon Appetit because I put Brad Leone in the thumbnail. So artistically, I find it to be very bad, but you know, from a SciComm perspective, I do think that there's merit to that video, and you don't know how much it means to me to know that that worked. The engagement, you know, it's not about is kombucha good for you or not. It's about the journey of how does one decide for themselves whether or not they believe that kombucha is good or bad. And it is nice to know that that effect worked. Yeah. Maybe your greatest rivals with the friends we made along the way. True. The parts where your emotions can't help but pour out establish a lot of character, like when you were covering those glioblastoma patient records. Oh, for those of you who don't know, when I was covering glioblastoma, actually, funnily enough, because glioblastoma has been reclassified to not be a pediatric disease, that's not even glioblastoma anymore. But I was reading a paper about glioblastoma in children for my 12-hour charity stream for glioblastoma, and I was very open about crying. I cried when I was doing the research behind the scenes, and I was like, oh god, I'm gonna cry like on stream too. Even like talking about it now makes me want to like cry again, because like I could never do cancer research. Too sad for me, which is why I have that disclaimer, which some people found a little silly. Like, you know, cover the content you feel comfortable with or you want to cover, and I'm like, it's not that simple, because you will know, you audience member, you either will have cancer or you will know somebody who will have cancer. That is a statistical probability, right? It's a statistical reality because of how prevalent it is. It is a tragic element of being alive. It is. And I pour a lot of my emotions in these videos because I don't think they're good without my emotions. The kombucha video is an example of a video I made without emotion, but everything else on the channel has been so meaningful to me. Being open-minded about potentially being wrong is something I appreciate greatly. The potential misinformation warnings or clarifying that something might not be well researched is very nice. I think it's a little tricky because you don't want to do it too often. Otherwise, people are just going to accuse you of like not doing your research. When in reality, it's like, oh yeah, I did my research, but I'm not spending a PhD level worth of time making sure I get everything correct. And you're just going to have to be okay with that. It's also modeling a practice in academia itself where, you know, you don't take every paper and just insert it into your brain and call it true. You have to be skeptical and constantly evaluating and updating your knowledge base, which is not something that a lot of people are trained to do. But it is nice to know. The way that you start by defining basic concepts to build the foundation of your real question or thesis works. It's what made the glioblastoma click for me. Yeah, thank you for that. I go over a little bit of that in my stream about scientific rhetoric and communication, where like the way that I break things down is very intentional. There's a structure to it. There are structures, plural, more than one structure by which you can break it down. Not every approach will work for every concept, but there are tools that you can use. And I'm glad that my usage of these tools have come across as quite good. Oh, what is happening? Thank you so much, Deep Sheep, for the 10 gifted membership. That's awesome. That's so sick. Thank you. Now you can go you can watch the videos that I've hidden from the public that I'm too ashamed to show everybody. But thank you so much for the generous gift. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, okay, back to looking at chat. How much do you think age plays a role in specialized knowledge? I mean, I feel so far behind when I'm pushing 21 and getting lectured by somebody who was literally born yesterday. You can learn from anybody. I grew up in a school where, again, a very privileged educational upbringing. I grew up around baby geniuses despite not being a baby genius myself, right? Again, I have the work ethic of someone who is smart or someone who can come across as being smart, but I'm actually like, the tools in my head are not the same as a baby genius, okay? I was actually thinking about this earlier today, where I am definitely not as sharp as I was when I was in graduate school or in undergraduate even. Like the ability to learn new things, I just don't have that as much anymore. What I have instead is it's cliche, but it's experience. But the difference that separates experience from what I'm about to say is meaningful, because experience is not a convincing argument. The thing that you get while you age is actually wisdom and depth. The thing that I am better now than I was back then is seeing the stories in biology, not just for a content perspective, but being able to better connect the dots. Back then, what I was good at was, okay, I'm seeing the Wnt pathway for the first time, you know, that horrible developmental pathway that has 18,000 different moving parts and combines concepts from cell biology and physics together in a really weird way. If I were to learn a new pathway from scratch, you know, a completely new concept. Sorry, if I were to learn a new pathway, that's easy because I've learned previous pathways. I've learned how to learn pathways. That's what age gives you, learning how to learn. What I've lost is, okay, so I can do that in biology, but for physics, like if I were to learn string theory, or, you know, that would be harder for me today than it would have been back then. So it's like a trade-off. You learned how to learn, even if you're doing a different topic switch, as you age, get more acquainted with your metacognition. You're not just bashing things into your head anymore. You're recognizing where you were weak and recognizing where you were strong. And you can learn how to capitalize on your strengths and recognize when you are weak and patch up those weaknesses or avoid those weaknesses. Also, you're 21. You're one of the little research babies that I put in my video. Okay, like, you're not that old. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Your Prion video unlocked a new existential fear and potential capitalistic ventures of the future. That's good, right? I want capitalists to kind of understand this because it's up to you to kind of figure things out as well. Thank you so much for the super chat, H12. Gotta love me some biomedical inspirational. Yes. You are the future. You will do the research that I myself could not. Yeah. But just know that like we don't fully have an understanding of how dangerous prions are at a macro level, just because it's still pretty rare, right? You know, there's that idea of prion apocalypse in the video, but there's also the reality that I mentioned in the video where we have not all been consumed by prions, even though hypothetically they should be accumulating exponentially. We're still alive, and why that might be, it might be that prions are actually weaker than we initially think they are. We can look at things like lichens, or I think somebody mentioned a panther that has a weird enzyme that can break down prions, right? Like the battle is not over yet. There's no reason to freak out yet. It is freaky, but there's no reason to freak out yet. I enjoy how the content makes very dense things understandable, if not accessible. Reading academic research papers is a headache if you don't do it often, and you help make it really accessible. I appreciate that. Because it is hard, but I like it. It's that's why I say I'm baby birding it to you. You know, I'm a mama birding it to you, because for me, there's a joy in reading, and you can't have that joy unless you have that experience. But I'll give you the next best thing, and that's my chewed up version of the papers. I love how deep you go. I'm eagerly waiting for you to dive in on a dozen topics that other people have teased me with. Yes, I will get there eventually. Thank you. What topic would you do a talk for? Are there some topics that lack some pedagogical rigor but also excitement? I would say that I would probably give some version of this if you wanted me to come to a university to give a talk about how to communicate effectively to a popular audience. I think I would be relatively qualified to do that. Relatively. I would be more able to do it if I had TierZoo's numbers, because then I could have his clout. I don't quite have as much clout, but I could mention I have a couple of videos with 100,000 plus views, so I'm definitely somewhat qualified to do so. Or anything to do with art and science. You know, I would love to talk about that too. Have you ever seen Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong? I have not. Although just by the wording of that, I hope they are not. There are ways that approach can be taken that I would not agree with. I think it's a company don't have a larger following yet. You know, there will come a time, I believe in my heart of hearts, where I will succeed in that, because I am delusional. Yeah. What did you do for a job and what degree did I get? I had a bachelor's in biological sciences, and I did 6 years of a PhD program, dropped out in my 6 years because of COVID, ruining research for everybody and me wanting to just get on with my life. But yeah, my degree was in molecular biology, so that's why I'm so tuned into this space. Yeah. My mom died of breast cancer, and I appreciated the warning for that vid. Yeah, I mean, breast cancer will affect quite a few people within our lifetimes, and it is, you know, there's a reason why it has so much popular support. I hope to shine a light on some less understood or less thought about cancers as well, but I thought breast cancer was really good because it helps people feel a little less lonely, is what I got from the comments. Because again, when I did the cancer videos, it was really surprising how much like, oh, this video made me feel less alone, or less mystified, less afraid, and I'm glad that some of these explanations have helped, you know, in a hard situation like that. Yeah. Okay. Crazy to see work in a field where you may not live to see the fruits of research. Cancer research building upon work done decades prior is amazing. We live in a great time for cancer research, honestly. CAR T cells, nanoparticles. Although some people say nanoparticles are getting out of date. I'm not a cancer researcher. To me, nanoparticles are still very cool. Yeah, it's incredible. Like, it's crazy. And having done a bit of research myself in a professional setting, like, man, scientists are smart, man. You know, they're awesome. They are awesome. Yeah. Your content soothes my dopamine addiction, but do you think there are practical benefits to learning this stuff outside of academia? Are you pro or anti-biohacker? I am anti-biohacker. Do you think, how likely do you think that every biohacker out there is disposing of their materials correctly? It's not cheap to arrange for a biohazard pickup. It's not cheap to buy the biohazard boxes. with biohazard bags and then having to pay for the company to autoclave that waste. It's not cheap to do any of this stuff properly. Biohacking is a weird, like they argue that it's democratizing science. I'm like, you could do that other ways. You can hop on a computer and fold proteins if you want, if you really were interested in helping science in a way that doesn't put everybody in danger. I am very anti-biohacker. Don't. Just do a startup. If you want to be a biohacker, get VC funding, get a real proper lab with a real proper fume hood and a real proper person who will eat you alive if you violate safety protocols. If you don't have somebody who is threatening to ruin your life because you are being irresponsible with your materials, you shouldn't be doing this. That is my thought. Oh, but accessibility. Oh, but democratization. Why not do a startup? If you want to be this innovative visionary, just do it the proper way. You don't have to go through academia. You could be a capitalist, you can get venture capital if your idea is good, but you don't want to a lot of the time. And it is really, you have to think about why. Why do biohackers not want to do it properly? Just think about that. Yeah. I know some people have this level of understanding of their own brain and metacognition even at age 17 to 19. They seem like superhumans in comparison with how fast they can learn stuff. Part of that is going to therapy. I would recommend that understanding the way that your own brain comes from a conversation with somebody outside, and therapy is a good way to understand how you function. It's not always like a way to help you better learn. That might be something different, but just if you want to be given the tools of metacognition, therapy is a great place to start, because having somebody ask you tough questions about yourself gives you a taste for what it is like to live inside your own brain, but also be outside of your own brain, in my opinion. What degree did you get in grad school? Molecular biology. I was an instructor for a biology lab at a university level. Have you thought about doing a long-form evolutionary theory video? Nope, I will not. And why is that? Because I am not an evolutionary biologist. You need to know a lot of math to do evolution properly, and I cannot. It's just not something I'm thinking about spending my time learning, because if I were to do an evolutionary theory video, I would have to learn about RNA selection. I would have to learn all of the math that goes into it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do as good of a job as I want to do. But I will gush about Darwin a lot, because I love Darwin, my boy, but more from a rhetorical communication perspective. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Chat is engaged today, and I love it. I love it. He uses plastic toys as a jumping off point to discuss dinosaurs. He's not like a hater or anything. He's extremely dry and technical. He's an interesting case of SciComm. I think there's some fun in that too. I think I'd be interested in checking that out. Yeah. Long-time viewers of my channel know my feelings about certain biohackers in this space. And I will just put it that way. I'm not going to reference it because I don't want to start any beef. But if you know my thoughts about biohacking content. Any advice for a struggling biochemistry student? Practice. If you don't understand something, the most efficient thing you can do from my perspective as a teacher is to do another practice problem. Biochemistry is not easy from a theoretical perspective. If you can get your hands on any practice test, doesn't have to be from your own university, doesn't have to be from your own professor, but this is just a general study tip, is that you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know how you don't know something until you test yourself. So, okay, hemoglobin, you don't know how hemoglobin works. Okay, well, you can just sit with your feelings about how you don't know how hemoglobin works and read the lecture again. That's actually not that effective. What is better is that you take a test, you get stumped on a hemoglobin question, you look up the answer to that hemoglobin question afterwards, and then you learned it, right? Testing allows you to identify your own weaknesses. I will say, biochemistry is very hard. It's not easy. Go watch Clockwork videos for a general philosophy for biochemistry, and then, in my opinion, it's like practice tests through and through. Yeah. Can can we get a 5 video on the origin of species now that I could watch? I had a second thesis essay about the origin of species that was a different thesis paper than the one I did for Veritasium and Vsauce. What I focused on in that thesis was Darwin's ambiguous use of religiosity. So I think I'm not qualified to talk about the origin of species from an evolution point of view because I'm not an evolutionary biologist. There's a lot of high level thought and a lot of modern thought that, because I know Darwin's not like that up to date. Of course, he was 200 years ago, right? Give a guy a break. But I'm not actually as good of an evolutionary biologist as would be needed to review the origin of species, because the ideas in there are not only outdated, they're also kind of complicated to read through. But the thing that I did appreciate was that Darwin was very sensitive. So even though Darwin himself was losing his religion as he was writing the origin of species, he made sure to write in a way that was still appetizing for the church at the time. And I found that without betraying his own growing atheism, right? He's an example of a polysemous communicator. The same words can be interpreted very different ways. He calls God the creator, or rather, he uses the word creator. Now, someone who believes in God will probably assume, oh, Darwin means the creator. Somebody who does not believe in God will say, oh, Darwin's referring to the same creator that Albert Einstein is referring to. This force, this unknowable thing that isn't like the Bible thing, but is something grander than what we understand. And I thought the way that Darwin did that was with a lot of empathy, a lot of humility. And it has influenced the way that I covered the abiogenesis video because, I could have walked in there and been like, creationists are wrong, blah, blah, blah. I had a few jokes in there. I will admit I did indulge in a bit of fun with the Minecraft, like spawning in hypothesis, but that was mainly to dunk on something that I think I cannot hide myself from dunking on, which is thinking that we were zapped into existence 4,000 years ago. But other people who do believe in a supernatural origin can still believe in abiogenesis. They're not fundamentally incompatible. And the inspiration I took from Darwin was towing that line of like, Darwin knew he had an audience. He wanted to change people's understanding of evolution, not just atheists. And that means communicating in a way that is sensitive, open-minded, et cetera, et cetera. And for that, I really love Darwin. I wrote a whole undergraduate paper on him, and it stayed with me to this day. Fi, just a suggestion, you could get yourself into this topic, music and meaning. There's a lot of literature about that since you seemed interested. I'm only interested in at a casual perspective, not from an academic perspective, because I don't have the chops to engage at that level. My level is more like second monitor content. Well, I'll put a 12-tone video on and passively engage with it. But sometimes the things that he says are so engaging that I find myself obsessing over certain ideas. Yeah. I'm an atheist, and I do appreciate from what I've read in the book, it's tough to tread that line of being respectful while still trying to push against their precepts enough to get people to learn. That's why the origin of species is, in my opinion, the greatest work of science communication to ever exist. He had a very hard job, and he still had haters. But the church at the time was like, yeah, cool. Okay, God did that. We're chill with that. But you can imagine if Darwin came out, atheist, neckbeard, maybe he would be, I don't know, burned at stake or something. Like, I don't know. I'm not a history person. I don't know what he would have been liable for, excommunicated or something. But you can imagine an alternate history where he's not that kind, not that sensitive. Yeah. I think if you want to believe that God at the beginning of time set into motion physics, biology, chemistry, that's chill. I have zero issue with that. How could I? I don't know what happened before the Big Bang. I think that's a perfectly lovely way to describe that. And I think that's what I was trying to get at the end of the abiogenesis video. Is like some reasonable people can believe that. But like I have a preference, and the video is about me. And my preference is to believe that there is potentially nothing at the center, that there is a risk, that there are stakes, right? there's an unknowable stake, and that to me that's very exciting. But it might not be. It might give people a sense of dread, but it doesn't give me dread. It gives me excitement, and that's a taste thing, right? That's a taste thing. Atheist neckbeard Darwin is a mental image I will treasure forever. My beloved Darwin, no. Not reduced to a neckbeard atheist redditor, like, no. Okay, well, I think we've yapped for long enough. 4 hours. You know, it's a long stream. I don't have an idea for what I'll do next, which means I'm probably just going to edit video for the next week. But I do really enjoy doing these streams, especially when I can talk about stuff that I really enjoy and have an audience that shows up and appreciates this kind of thing. So thank you all so much for coming to watch. I feel like I don't really have a standard send-off. Maybe I should get one soon, but Chubby Emu already took Be Well, right? What else is the neutral supposed to say? Other than bye y'all, bye.